If that mockingbird don't sing, he's gonna ring that little birdie's neck. That's a little bit of a fucked up song when you think about it, that Eminem song. You know what I mean? Why can't you just be happy for the bird that won't chirp? Alright. Do not disturb. Launching the game. Why is my phone ringing? What the? Hold on. Hello? Why is my phone ringing? Hello? It was my brother. I bet he's downstairs and he doesn't have a way in, so give me 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So my brother, he just he needed he was at the grocery store. He just wanted to know what I wanted. I thought he was downstairs and he just needed me to grab him, but I missed his call, so I had to call him back. Anyway, yeah. Game very loud. Uh-oh. Let's put game down here then. How does game sound now? Game sound better? Game sound tolerable compared to my voice, hopefully. I can turn it up or down depending on what you prefer, but I think that seems like it would be good. It's just kind of background music, really. It's a little bit below half right now, so let's go ahead and see if that'll do. Oh man, I just realized that my fucking chat box is hidden. That's bad. Let's get that out of there. It'll make more sense when we get into the gameplay, I think. But for now, it kind of looks a little silly. Let's go continue. Boom. Prologue Premonition. Let's get it going, baby. So this game is about rage and how it helps us to do things that we need to be done, as well as things that we later regret. Sometimes both. How do you feel about that? And by the way, there are a lot of font options in this game, so if you're having trouble seeing the fonts or anything, then I can make it maybe a little bit better for you. In fact, can I make it larger? I can use a more accessible font. That's one of the first things. Lower text display to make text faster. Shorten time between paragraphs. See, that's not making the text larger. Oh well. You can do these things. It's actually a pretty cool watch. You can do Oh wait, you can't actually change the accessible font. You can only do it in the main menu. Interesting. Yeah, you can make it like it's a dyslexic font or like a sans serif font if you have trouble reading the fonts that are there. Anyway, I just wanted to highlight that because I thought it was a good feature. I don't know why I'm not like greeting everyone. Hi Catman, hi T-Bolt, hi Guff. Thank you so much for joining. Hi Pirate Queen Jojo. Oh man. So this is rage and regret. I'm okay with anger when it makes me useful. I prefer to think before I act. That's 100% the way that I always am. I don't like to act the moment that I have an impulse. My rage is low. Hey Bax, guess what? Tell me, T-Bolt. To the observant Cunningham type. That's okay. It's the right path here, just your decisions and their consequences. Happy Valentine's Day. Aw, dude, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it will be turning into Valentine's Day over the course of this this stream, but I don't really have anything planned for Valentine's Day. Valentine's bomb, baby. Aw, thank you. Let's just follow the path and see where it takes us. That's how I feel. So I got a spiritual. Okay. The forest. The woods are full of stars. They flicker, come closer and run away. They want me to chase them, to play hide and seek. I observe. So I'm analytical and inspiring and spiritual. I don't even know where I am or who I am or what I'm doing, but I'm in the forest and I'm looking at some cool shit. See your role in Discord. I watch as they dance around the tree trunks, float up on the gusts of wind that shiver throughout the tree branches, disappear among the leaves. Their words as they dance, but you don't yet understand them. They bunch up and fly toward me like an arrow, rushing down. They're soon upon me, but just before the spear of light pierces my breast, they disappear, and the dark of night returns. The low rage, in the darkness, the spirits keeping the forest alive whisper about the enemy. I begin to move, unnoticed, one with the night. Then I wake up. Cold and alone. Confused, I open my eyes. The forest around me is thick and dark and reeks of decay, to such an extent that it'd be hard to breathe. I think I might actually, slightly lower it, because I'm a little bit of a slower reader. You have your own role, yo. You don't have any plans for Valley either, but you have a tradition of watching Garden of Sinners and eating strawberry ice cream, and it has to be Haagen-Dazs? That sounds like a good tradition, honestly. Okay, so, if it reeks of decay and it's hard to breathe... What? Yeah, that's why the fuck am I here? I don't care why it fascinates me. Who am I? Why am I here? My head is spinning. Why am I here? There must be a reason. The tree trunks, wrapped tightly around the dark-leaved ivy, are covered in ripples of lichen, where the vines haven't taken hold. The thorny, leafless bushes at their base are overrun with nettles. The fungi radiate with ghoulish, sickly green light. Dark, sponge-like mushrooms cling to the fallen trees. Whoa. Okay, something is rotten. I can't shake the feeling that something died nearby. I look down and see my hands covered in a dark substance. I'm naked, a sticky, glistening film of liquid clinging to my skin. I can feel it on my face, in my hair. Blood. I'm alert. Or I hide. I think hiding, because that seems to be the role that we're playing right now. I crouch down and plant my palms on the soil, my eyes darting back and forth. I feel like I'm being watched. There's a severed head right in front of me. Some choices are hard to make and they strain your willpower. I wince and touch it, or I'm gonna be sick. Poke it! Overcoming my disgust, you touch its wet hair and watch as the head topples over. The face is contorted, the eyes bulging, the mouth open as though the head were struggling for air. I look at it and start to laugh, and then the eyes open in the darkness. Who's there? I see their silhouettes, shades of jet black against the darkness. They smell of fur and moss and bloodied earth. Massive creatures with some horns, some antlers. Their eyes burn like small, fiery windows into hell. I look at them and something wakes inside me. Defiance? No. Panic. I have low rage, so there's no way that defiance is gonna come out. Panic. Just an average Sunday. I get up and start to run. I catch my foot on a gnarled root and fall over. The brambles reach out for me, wrapping their thorny limbs around my legs. I struggle and fall face first into the ground. The moss covers my face and pushes itself into my open mouth, choking me. In a moment of clarity, I almost understand what the forest wants of me. And then I wake up. Chapter 1, Arrival. So that was just the prologue. God damn. So that's just like character creation, practically. That was a hell of a character creation. Dreams. Maya? Maya, wake up. I open my eyes. My neck is stiff. I stretched lazily as I assessed where I was at the corner of my eye. I wasn't in the forest anymore. I was in a bus. The sun streaming through the windows was making it hard to see. The girl next to me was touching my shoulder, disturbed. I comforted her. Can I do that? It's all right. I squeezed her hand to comfort her. She looked at me concerned. You had a bad dream. The memory of the wet earth clogged my mouth and was still there. I fought the urge to retch. I looked outside. Trees were pushing up against the narrow road. I think it's boughs tangled, their trunks carpeted with moss. It was the forest from my dreams. We're almost there, said the girl next to me. Her name was Anya. We met a couple of weeks early at the orientation day. She was from Norway, a tall, broad-shouldered, calm person who wore her long hair in braids. Somehow, I had managed to talk her into this crazy field trip across the land of my ancestors. I feel like I want to make this even lower. Lower text display to display text. Oh, display text faster. To shorten the time between paragraphs. So let's make this actually longer like that. That's actually what I would prefer. So, enemy. You know, variant indicates that this choice is available because of your current stats. Interesting. So, she seems excited. Let's see where that leads. Dude, Nemi. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright, man. I've had a bit of a weird week. I just need to be focusing on, like, work and shit and, like, I don't know. I'm happy to be playing games. Well, I can. I'll just say that much. Alright, anyway. Anya reached into her backpack and took 2 apples. I'm really happy and decided to come here. Yeah. Offering her some cabanossi, dried meaty sausages that were so much better than the original Polish ones back in the US. I was glad. Anya had decided to come with me. I had problems keeping friends around, and I really needed one. I did some searching, she said over the phone, and this place is amazing. The last primordial forest in Europe. Trip was my idea. Feel a bit under the weather last week, and your to-do list got out of control. Dude, yeah. I feel like that, but like the entire year of 2020, like I'm playing catch-up on. Our summer language course was starting in a few weeks, and I'd managed to talk Anya into skipping the tours of concentration camps and old churches and visiting Białowieża National Park with me instead. So far it's beautiful, she said, her eyes smiling. But why are we here again? Good question. Excuse me. Why were we there? Spigbile, I think it's Vyza, a small village in northeast Poland near the border with Belarus. It's famous for its national park, the very last European bison, and according to a quick web search, occasional tensions between far-right troublemakers and local Belarusian community. The most honest answer would have been because I'm dreaming about the forest in Belarus. I'm gonna I think I might actually make it the slowest possible. I think I like that the most. Resume. Yeah, dude, slowly catching up. That's my vibe for 2020. People didn't understand when I said things like that. You looked into her eyes. I told her everything. I just had some I just saw some crazy shit, and I poked that head because I have this trait. I think indicates the need to spend some points to be able to choose this line. Oh wait, that means that I have a limited number. Oh no. I'm just gonna tell her everything. Even though it's really hard for me to do and I won't be able to do something good later. That probably will fuck me. I've always had these dreams where I'm in the forest and it speaks to me, I said hesitantly. I'm not sure why, but I feel like I'm supposed to be here. Only my grandfather understood the dreams. Respect the forest, he would say, and pay attention to your dreams. Okay, you know what? I might actually make the time in between paragraphs a little bit shorter. About there was good. It was all I got from that part of the family before my mom took me, ran away, and cut off all contact with my dad. I instantly regretted saying anything. Sure. Anya took her time to answer. With every passing second, I felt more humiliated and angrier at myself. Wow, that's intense. She looked at me with what seemed to be like respect. I wouldn't dare tell anyone a story like that. Anya is loyal. Oh, hell yeah! She's loyal to me. I think it's great to come from such a magical place, she smiled. The last ancient forest of Europe, thousands of years old. I wasn't sure if I was fond of that magic, but it was hard to ignore. And that was precisely why I needed to do something, anything about my future. A damn forest and my weird-ass family. My phone just vibrated again. Get out of here. I had a clear goal in mind. I wasn't there by mistake. I planned this trip for months and with a clear goal in mind. You know what? I have like very little to no paragraph delay, but a lot of text delay. So here's my goal. I'm establishing my goal in order to get willpower back. Either I need to face the forest to learn the truth about my roots, or figure out my destiny. Destiny seems like a little lofty. That seems like I don't know that I'm ever gonna find that. But the truth about my roots, that seems achievable. To face the forest, that sounds dangerous. That seems like I'm gonna run into a lot of danger. So I'm gonna learn about the truth of my roots. Learn about my family history. My grandfather's stories, the secrets, my mother running away. There was a mystery in my past. It was time I uncovered the truth about who I was, but honestly, I had no idea what to expect. Impaired willpower. It's dropped to 0. When you lose all your health or willpower, you become impaired. This will make physical tasks, if you have 0, the social mental tasks, harder and sometimes impossible. Okay. Looks like an overexposed photo of a village with the contrast turned all the way up. Heat was pouring from the cloudless sky, scorching the earth and the trees. The grass, the wooden houses, the fences, everything looked slightly past its best, weary, worn out. Except the shadows. There was a sharp sense to them, though they were freshly printed with the darkest of inks. and they moved. Vivid shadows. For a second I could have sworn they moved, but then I realized it was just a black cat walking down the sidewalk. Baby! When it saw me, it stopped in its tracks. I tried to pet it. It's a beautiful black cat. Here, kitty kitty. I said, squatting and reaching toward the cat. It didn't react, instead looking me dead in the eyes. Judging me. Wow, okay, cat. I don't blame him, though. Hey, Maria, Anya said, looking at me surprised. Didn't you say your friend would be waiting for us? But he wasn't there, and the cat was still staring at me. Let's go, Anya put on her backpack. I'm tired and I really, really need to find a toilet. I didn't know what to do. I was too tired and distracted to think clearly. Uh-oh. David, Sam, and anyone who is more lurking. Hello, Conway! Yeah, D-Bolt's back. He heard cat. I was chilling with the kitty here, but kitty was giving me judgmental looks. Wouldn't let me pet it. I was too tired and distracted to think clearly, and my friend was nowhere in sight. The meeting was just too important. Let's just wait a little longer, I said. I don't have his number, and we really need to meet up with him. His name was Bartek. I met him online while researching Bielwiza. The man knew everything there was to know about local history. I'd asked him to check if there was anyone in town that remembers my grandparents. I hope he found something. I really need to pee, Anya said it like a 5-year-old, and not a very bright one. Hello, Jojo. Sure thing. That'll give me more rage. You catching up on story mode for Final Fantasy? Oh, hell yeah. Good luck with that. Hope you have fun. I'm gonna make my best puppy dog, guys. A few more minutes, please. Anya just looked at me and walked away. I grabbed my backpack and timidly followed her, too tired to argue. That's a really funny outcome. Bed and breakfast. Bielwiza had a few hotels and hostesses, but the preferred term for the accommodation was bed and breakfast. That's where we stayed. I think this is somewhere like in like Poland. So going with kind of that sort of pronunciation. I found a nice clean. Had good reviews. Okay, we had a room on the second floor, huge window, great view of the forest. We dropped off stuff and freshened up a bit. Maybe we should have waited for your friend, Anya asked, concerned. I shrugged. I'll find him sooner or later. Before you go, check your character sheet. Look for it in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. You can find a load of useful info about Maya, her background, personality, goals, and so on and so forth there. So, do I only ever play as Maya in this game, or is it because of the way that I answered at the beginning that I am now playing Maya? And I could play several potential characters. I don't know that yet. You can also check your friends and who your enemies are. But I had other things in mind. Character sheet. I'm 24, I'm student. I'm a spiritual, cunning, analytical, inspiring person. And I just want to learn about my history. I'm loyal, and it's complicated. The lay of the land. I had a clear goal in mind. My family was entangled with this town and the forest. I had to uncover my roots. Anya went with me. Okay. So the town my ancestors lived in, or the forest I dreamed about. I think I want to learn more about my family. I want to regain some willpower. Tourist. Got an achievement. What is that? Just decided to have a look around. As we walked through town, Anya nudged me and pointed toward a tall, broad-shouldered, freckled guy standing at the bus stop with a lost expression on his face. Must be this fellow. I remembered his face from the pictures on social media. It was the friend who'd stood me up earlier. I greeted him. I was glad to see him. Bartek, I waved to him and smirked. Sorry I missed you earlier. Maya, what are you doing here? He blurted out with surprise when he saw me. I was sure you were coming in the later bus. We walked and talked. His accent was a broad and Eastern European one. I flooded him with questions. Anya liked him. Anya liked him. Anya took an immediate liking to him. I could tell. I always could smell romance in the air. We walked along the only street in the village, nearing the center, if you could tell that. Every house had a garden, and the air was dense with the fragrance of flowers. I took a deep breath. Hello, Elitaro. How you doing today? Goal to find my family. So did you manage to trace the name I gave you, I asked? Bartek shook his head. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry. He avoided my eyes. A trickle of sweat ran down his temple. He was clearly lying to me. But why? Come on, man. You wrote to me that you found something. That's why I came to Poland. But he clammed up. You know what? I think you should just drop it. I stopped and unleashed all my charm. I turned to Bartek and looked him right in the eyes. Gave him some of the old smolder. I put a hand on his chest. I had no plan after that, so I panicked and felt a sudden urge to do something unnecessary and over the top. I can't do that. You're just taking care of your neighbor's cat. Jeannie? Oh! That's a cute name for a cat. Is that like the longer name? Winjaldum. Winjaldum. I looked deep into his eyes. I panicked and felt a sudden urge. I'd hoped he'd see how important it was to me, but he just blanked and jerked back. Blanched? That. What is blanched? Looking that up. I've never heard that before. I mean, it's a cooking process. I knew that. Oh, to become white or pale. Or shock or fear. I see. He just blanched and jerked back. Okay, well, I just learned something new. Alright. The name of a Liverpool player. That's awesome. I love that then. That's cool. I didn't give up. I'm super inspiring. Tell me what you found, I asked, not giving up. The game tracks your decisions on how Maya approaches her problems. It will accumulate and gradually reveal what kind of a person she is deep in her heart. The story changes to reflect Maya's personality. Interesting, so it must just be Maya. Well, he brushed his forehead with the back of his hand. I did ask. I started with the old people here. I told them that my friend from the States was looking for her roots and wanted to know about the place her family came from. You know the drill. At first, people were, very receptive. Very, very receptive. I waited for the shoe to drop. Then I mentioned your name. And then he shook his head. Ooh. Did somebody say Liverpool? You're a slut for the Reds. Great left back. Tim Farabo. I love that I know nothing about what you're talking about. It's completely going over my head. 110% of it. I urged him to continue. Bartek, no dramatic pauses, please, I urged him. The tension is killing me. I know it's football, but like, I just don't know anything about football. You know what I mean? One of the old men here told me to go to hell. The other spat on the ground and his wife crossed herself. For a moment, he looked younger and smaller. And then my own grandmother told me to stop asking. She said something else as well. Oh, geez. What did the old What does your own grandmother do? What? Your own grandmother told you to stop asking? Wait, I need to reread this. Oh, jeez. They all fuck with Everton. Today they lost against the big Leicester side. Allison doing some mistakes again. Ah, damn, dude, they really scrummed that one up, huh? What? I asked. She told me to pray for you. Suddenly, the sweet golden afternoon wasn't so sweet and golden anymore. Oh. Who was I? I looked at Bartek, and I saw the stories he'd heard had clearly strained something between us. He was afraid of me. Who was I? We walked in silence, but my mind was in overdrive. People didn't want to talk, and that could only mean one thing. I was on the right track. Ooh, I get some willpower back. Yeah. All right. So, I learned that people are apparently afraid of my past. My pulse quickened and I tensed up like a hound that smelled blood. I was on the right track. Every time you learn to do something significant that will get you closer to your goal, you regain willpower. Sweet. So I'm just gonna not spend that willpower. I need to get some more willpower here. You heard some stuff. Yo, here's the sum up. Clop out. No, nothing more needs to be said. Dude, I wish that a guy named Klopp was my dad. Jurgen Klopp sounds like an amazing name. Sugar daddy. Dude, I'd love a football sugar daddy. This is one of the new bundle games. Time to see the sights, I nodded at Bartek. Show me everything this place has to offer. We walked through the village, bathed in sharp rays of the summer sun. It was a lazy afternoon, disturbed only by the occasional passing car, throwing up clouds of dust that hung in the air long after the vehicle was gone. Anya was walking close to Bartek, asking him about every little detail in the village. People were relaxing or working in their yards, dogs were barking, and every cat we passed froze to look at us. Interesting. Balanced. People went about their day, though giving us wary stares from time to time. Rip. Rip real dads. Oh, ooh, from that pronouncing of Leicester. How am I supposed to pronounce it? I'm gonna look it up. Because I was trying my best, but I don't know exactly. I don't. It's not a word that I typically pronounce a whole lot. Pronounced. How to pronounce Leicester, whatever it was. Come on. It's like 48 seconds long.
Corner from the studio of Sir Joshua Reynolds and
supported. And nowhere is that more true than in the city of Leicester.
Oh, Leicester. That's it? I thought it was like Leicester. It's just Leicester? That's so much easier than what I thought it was.
Agency research fellow at the University of Leicester.
Oh, it's just Leicester. That's so much easier. Or Leicester? Yeah, Leicester. It's so much easier. You put in the parentheses. I see. Yeah, you totally did. I just missed the the parentheses because came like right. Here, I'm just gonna extend that a little bit so I can see a little bit more of people's quotes at once. Thanks, I always try. Okay, the cats behave strangely. That's what I notice. What's with the cats? I asked as we passed the tabby who stopped in the middle of the sidewalk to meow at us. I don't know. They're cats? Maybe they want to make up for the village's manners. Bartek shrugged. You know, some people are wary of newcomers. Yeah, tourists could be assholes. Honestly. Yeah, but there's not only tourists here. Bartek scratched his neck, embarrassed by the topic. There's a small conflict around the forest, you know, and it's attracting some weird people. Activists, reporters, bored rich kids, he said, as though his dad didn't own multiple businesses. People like that. And they're getting on the locals' nerves. Interesting. I noticed Anya frowning. Anya looked skeptical. I looked up the conflict online, she said, and it didn't look so small. It looked pretty important, actually. For a moment, Bartek looked like he was lost for words. Well, you're not one of those crazies, and you're like almost local, he smiled. So, what would you like to see in the village of your ancestors? It'd be a personal goal to learn at least one new thing every day. Today is a good day. Hey, no, that's good. That's good. I did learn something new. Lester. I shouldn't even try to do the sh, because it's just British. Lester. There you go. Never again will I say Leicester like a dumbass. But that's the nice thing about reading, is that you learn new words even though you don't know how to pronounce them. And then you can stream and then say the words in front of other people that immediately correct you. That's how you learn. What would you like to see in the village of your ancestor? If he spread his arms as if to show me all of the splendor the village had to offer. What do you suggest? Fucking awkward as fuck, Dad. Thank you. Gonna lurk. Have a good night. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The cats are watching my every move as we walk along the empty streets. Appreciate you stopping by, Litaro, man. Thank you a whole lot. Okay. Family graves, new friends, lost hopes, strange dreams. I think family graves would be the best to regain some willpower. So we have quite a few churches here, Bartek explained as we walked down the road. 2 Orthodox, 1 Catholic, and even 1 Baptist church, he said, as though it were something uncommon. Was there a synagogue? I would even have the option to ask about that. He shifted his weight uncomfortably. There aren't any Jews here anymore. Oh, interesting. Any Lutheran churches? Asked Anya. I don't think so. Bartek shook his head as he led us to a small wooden church surrounded by a cemetery. Anyway, even though we have all these churches, there's only one cemetery. The church was Orthodox, but the graves were a mishmash of styles and faiths. Catholic, Orthodox, atheist. Everyone resting together. Bartek looked like he didn't approve. I don't know which one is the right answer here. I feel like just this place reminded me of the forest. It's like in the forest, I said, looking at the spruces growing among the graves. It's full of death. It's fallen stays where it fell, and there's all kinds of trees, bushes, and animals, and life is growing out of it all. Bartek didn't look convinced. Yeah, maybe. He looked at the cemetery, and for a moment he seemed lost in his thoughts. All my family lies here, he said. I mean, the ones that are dead. Hey, what do you think? What do you think happens when you die? I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's something more, you know, but like, I don't think that religion really got it right. My mother raised me as an atheist, so I just try to live and have fun. And before this becomes Vampire the Masquerade meets Warsaw. Honestly, that's what it almost feels like a little bit already. Bartek nodded. I understand. Something I'm not very sure of either. He looked over the cemetery fence. Well, anyway, this is it. The spiritual heart of Bielvisa. Biawolvisa. Biawolvisa. Okay, Biawolvisa. Now I understand how they were supposed to say that. Biawolvisa. So that's where we stood. I wanted to go in. He was clearly scared to let me enter the cemetery. I just went in. Not so fast. I wanted to look for my family here, remember? I smiled openly at the gate. Bartek shifted uncomfortably. I don't know if that's a good idea. He was hiding something. You found it. My family's grave. Maybe. So what are we waiting for? Anya smiled and waited at him. He didn't say waited at him. He murmured something and led us through the labyrinth of graves to the far end of the cemetery. We continued. The walkways were very narrow, and the whole place seemed quite chaotic. Catholic crosses, Orthodox crosses, no crosses at all, huge statues and simple gravestones, graves you couldn't see because of all the flowers, graves that seemed to be completely forgotten. And then I saw the woman. Tall, broad-shouldered and long-legged, with gray dreadlocks pinned to the crown of her head. She must have been in her late 40s or early 50s. She was marching through the walkways with fury in her eyes. Bartek quickly stepped between the graves to get out of her way. I did the same. I followed his lead. I think the woman didn't even notice us. Lost in thoughts and anger, Bartek looked on with a mixture of fear and disdain. I asked Bartek. Who was that? I asked, watching the woman leave. Bartek winced. Oh, that's Olga. She's a local activist. She left, Biowolvisa. I'll get that right at some point, when she was 18 or something, and returned a few years back when the notion that she was going to change this place. We continued to the far corner of the cemetery. There, seemingly forgotten and covered in moss, was a lonely grave. It seemed damaged. The tombstone was broken, deliberately. Someone had obviously smashed it with a hammer. The name was only half erased. The plaque was also damaged. Someone had tried to scratch out the name, but the letters were still visible. There was also a circle around the grave. Interesting. A coarse circle of salt around the grave. I'm sorry, Bartek sighed. I didn't want you to see that. Was it because of me? I want to look around carefully, but that would get rid of my willpower, but it'll also probably give me willpower back. Fuck it. I looked at the scene. The circle around the grave was broken, and the disturbed soil where someone had kicked the salt away was fresh. What was going on? Damn it! Ah! I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I have to use it twice? Seriously? Oh, I'm such a fool. How dare they? Anya squatted and looked at the plaque. I couldn't read it. The letters are all wrong. She glanced at Bartek. Is it Russian? Belarusian. The same letters, different language, he explained. There were a lot of them here before the war. I looked at Bartek, hoping for some context. Bartek put his hands in his pockets. So you don't know anything about your dad's side of the family? He asked me cautiously. Whatever happened at least 70 years ago, and someone still remembers. Are you going to pick up the train simulator bundle in Humble? I didn't know. I wasn't thinking about it. I mean, it might be kind of fun, but I don't know. I don't really want to spend that money right now. I think I probably won't pick it up. Ugh. Whatever happened 70 years ago, and someone still remembers. Oh shit, I didn't know that that's what that meant. Ugh. Looked at the grave. For the first time, my family's name looked strange when the letters written in unfamiliar Belarusian. As we were leaving, I was thinking I was onto something. There we go, I got some willpower back. I knew I was gonna get some fucking willpower back. There was something unnatural about my family, and me coming to, Biowulviza. It stirred some old demons. Decided to find out what my ancestors were doing there, who they were. With that thought, I left the cemetery. The day was hot and beautiful, yet I couldn't stop thinking about that grave. So, new friends. Let's go to the village center. This is a nice village, exclaimed Anya as we walked to the quiet street. Nothing moved. The heat was stifling. Village must be really quaint. Yeah, train simulator, it seems pretty neat. It's quaint, I admitted. In that nice sort of way that saying it is like saying that it's in a shithole. Bleh. God. Words are hard when you're not focusing. Bartek made a disgusted face and we burst out laughing. I was thirsty. Oh, did I just discover something? Get something to drink, I proposed. I'm parched. The local store was a mini-mart with all kinds of foods from beer to vegetables to notebooks and pens. There was a bench near the entrance, and on it were a few local drunks. I prepared myself for a confrontation, but nothing happened. They threw me an appraising glance, murmured something, and let us be. I assessed the threat. They're drunk and no threat, I said, assessing the situation. We can always walk away if they're trying to stop us. All it'll take is a firm push, you know, maybe 1 or 2 kicks. We can make a run. Why do you even plan things like that? Anya shook her head in disbelief. My stepdad sent me a self-defense course once when I was 12. Help me with my anger management issues. We spent some time inside browsing the Latvian, Lithuanian, Belarusian goods. There were almost nothing Polish here? Weird. And who in their right mind drinks coriander soda? I was putting soda back on the shelf when we heard a commotion coming from outside. Loud voices. Hello, Elker. How you doing today? We're playing the werewolf game, exploring a town in Poland, trying to find out more about my family. Some slurs, some curses, and a clear, mockingly polite. I'm so sorry, darlings. I don't understand. Do you like my skirt? Ah, fuck, Bartek murmured under his breath. You know what? I want in, because Bartek doesn't want in. Spent a relaxing hour smelling your books. Delicious, delicious paper books. I love it. Been a hot minute, yeah. Hey Bartek, I said, pushing the items I'd picked into his hands. Pay for me, will you? I'll give you the money back in a minute. Before the poor guy had time to answer, I was outside. There's the trick. You don't need to do these things before people can react. Then you can always say, but you didn't stop me. I assessed the situation. Damn, already had all our avenues covered, huh? It was clear what was happening the moment I stepped outside. There was the bench. On the bench were the drunkards hurling obscenities, and right next to them were the awfully polite target of those obscenities. They were definitely not local. The person was old. Not helpless, granny old, but old, with deep wrinkles and a narrow mouth. They had the unisex grace of a tired, heroin-preserved rock man. Their shoulder-length, disheveled hair completed the look. So is that this person here? I dug their style. They had a peculiar style, a fashion that you rarely see even in the US. Looked great on them. They had a clean shave and eyes highlighted with eyeliner. Their nails were painted with bright blue, and they wore heavy army boots and an outrageously red skirt, a tank top, and lots of leather jewelry. On their bag were pins. Lots of pins. All kinds of LGBTQA plus flags, anarchist and pacifist symbols. I think I saw some German band stripes. You only smell things that you plan on eating later. Well, Conway, does that mean that if I ever have to have you blamed for something like eating homework, I can count you up for that? Been tired lately, fatigue kicking my ass. I feel that, dude. I have been so tired this month. So tired. I wake up so tired all the time, dude. I feel you. I've been trying to go to bed after clocking off work and staying there until work again. I feel like everybody's like dealing with burnout right now. Book smells are so nice though. I totally agree. You have your father's set aside just to smell. Only if I'm allowed to smell your homework first. Of course you're allowed to smell, Conway. You can smell it all you like as long as you eat it afterwards. Let's see. So wait, who's the foreigner in this situation? I think the foreigner... I approached the drunkards. How's it going? I smiled and ignoring the men approached the foreigner. I am Maya. I just got here, I said. They looked at me with a serene smile. Nice to meet you, Maya. They said with an unmistakable German accent. I'm Kim. cool. Dude, tired burnout squad represent. Sorry, Professor. My friend Conway ate my homework. I don't know what to tell you. I have pictures. He just does this. He likes smelling it. This is the rough part of February. Winter is great for the holidays in December. It gets old in January, and then February just drags. Yeah, dude, and especially with the pandemic, it's like double drag. My Twitch VIP ate my homework. God. Oh, dear. We should probably leave. But why? I see no reason to move on at all. Hey, someone said suddenly from behind our backs. Kim smiled and the men on the bench stiffened. I turned around. The woman approaching us had the longest, thickest braids I'd ever seen, as thick as the stuff on my arm. There was something faintly Asian about her facial features, and the men on the bench looked at her with deference. You should stop drinking that moonshine. It makes you pick fights you can't win, she said. She looked ferocious. And the drunks started explaining themselves. But look at this, Izuina, said one of them, gesturing toward us. For the last fucking time, the name's Lisa. She pronounced it Lisa. It's Lisa. And this is my friend. You're two, leave them alone. Got it? Her Polish sounded weird, more melodic, maybe mellower, even when she cursed. The drunkards mumbled and went back to drinking. Thanks, Lisa, Kim said in English. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Lisa, Kim said in English. You shouldn't have. Oh, but I wanted to. Having some meetings at work to try to fight off the general burnout. D&D, Yeah, I would love to do D&D, but I feel like I'd be wasting time. I don't know, like, that's my issue right now, is I feel like... But, like, I'm wasting time on my own anyway. I don't know. I just need to be focusing on my work, and it's so damn hard to focus when you're at home so goddamn long. For so much of your time. You have to do things like create, like, a separate workspace in order to, like, make yourself actually switch gears into work mode. Anyway. Shouldn't have, but I wanted to. You asked who she was. Who are you, I asked. I'm Lisa. I live here. She looked me up and down. And who would you be? This is Maya, smiled Kim. She was not from here. Oh, are you here to protest the logging? She raised her eyebrows. Or are you just a tourist? Yeah, why the hell are they logging in a national park? Yeah, isn't this place a national park, I asked? Why are they logging here? You'd think that they'd leave the old forest and the continent, the beating heart of it alone, wouldn't you? She looked at me with a grim expression. There's illegal logging here, Anya chipped in. Wood is money, and there's plenty of wood in this forest. Yeah, you gotta enjoy your friends and hobbies while getting things done. Like, I don't know. I'm not getting things done is the issue, so I need to make changes in order to start getting things done. We're already planning on meeting in person next week for the D&J, the first time. I've been on Roll20 for the last few months. Gotcha! That's exciting. Hopefully that goes well for you. It was cold. I'm gonna go cold. As though there was a wind from the forest that blew only for me inside of me, chilling my bones and blood. There's something sad and helpless about it, even though it felt all-powerful. A word appeared in my mind, a strange one that was neither Polish nor English. Harano. Lisa looked me in the eyes and spat on the ground. I'd eat those greedy bastards alive. I noticed Kim watching me. Your salt cleric has been doing it twice a week, and it's getting tiring, especially since there's so much else that you want to do. Yeah, twice a week is really rough with D&D. I feel like I would usually go like at the most like once a week, and I would usually prefer like once a month or like once every other week. I feel like meeting every single like too much is like kind of it's hard. 'Cause it's just like I got other stuff I gotta do. Took me far too long to accept this myself. Time spent for mental health isn't time wasted. Yeah, it's true. They were hiding something. They knew what happened to me. I realized they knew. I just felt this strange connection to the forest. Tell me, I asked. I know you have strange dreams, they whispered. I suspect this forest is reaching out to you. They leaned closer to me. It ruins your blood. The words were like a punch to the gut. Or sorry, She didn't say she didn't say it ruins your blood. She said it runs in your blood. I'm an idiot. Trust me, I know. I want to know who I am. I want to know. Who was I? I asked quietly. You know how stories work? They said, looking at me in the eyes. You'll figure it out. God damn it! Suddenly, I felt confident. Oh no! Sweet, I did regain my willpower. Whew! I met someone who knew my dreams, condition healthy. Progress goal, my mystery. I wasn't making that up. There was something strange in my family history, and there were people who knew what was going on. Before I could ask more, Anya and Bartek approached Kim and shook their heads, silencing me. Meet us tomorrow at the logging site. They blew me a kiss, put their arms around Lisa, and walked away. I like Kim. Alright. Village. Alright, I guess we're going to the abandoned railway now. No one was following us. Bartek wants to show us the most picturesque spot in the area, said Anya. Maybe that's not the right word, he said, frowning. It's not like it's beautiful, but it has, you know, an atmosphere, a climate. Ambience? Anya said it at the exact moment as I, and we laughed. Ambience! Bartek smiled, visibly relieved. I meant ambience. Okay. We ended up on some abandoned tracks. My low rage has caused me to say we soon left the village behind and ended up on some abandoned railway tracks. So this is where the magic happens? I grinned, pointing at empty bottles and used condoms strewn along the tracks. Ew! But with the slow winding river, a stone's throw away from the long drooping branches of the old trees shading the unused railway, that place was really picturesque. Bees buzzed around us, the birds sang like there was no tomorrow, and the fragrance of herbs hung thick in the air. My head was spinning. Perfect moment for a cold beer, baby. Look what I got. It's for us. I reached into my backpack and proudly presented the cold beers I'd brought in the store. The first sip was divine, as always. We were in a great mood. Yeah, I like more cunning for drinking beer. Honestly, the reason for that was mainly just because I wanted everyone to get more on edge, so Bartek would actually tell me more. So what do you want to do for fun in your neck of the woods? I teased Bartek. My friend has an ancient Fiat, so sometimes we hotbox it. He shot me an embarrassed smile, and then we start driving around the forest. But why? Anya threw her hands in the air. There's not much else to do, Bartek shrugged. When we entered the dense copse, we noticed a woman standing along the trees. It was Lisa. Hello, Bartek, she said. And by the way, I will occasionally mess up words, and I'll just keep going because I don't want to have to fucking redo. Anyway, how did she get there? How did you get here so fast? I couldn't help but ask. There are shortcuts. She didn't elaborate. Hello, Elisabetta Danilovna, answered Bartek. I could hear something in his voice. Was it fear, respect, anger? I couldn't place it. She smiled. Do you mind if I join you? I noticed Bartek getting tense. Sure, I don't mind. Sure, I smiled and tossed her a beer. Thanks. And I think I can reciprocate, but we need to find a quieter place. She lifted the basket she was holding in her hand and winked. Ooh, okay, so she might have something fun too. We walked into the narrow path. The path was too narrow for all of us to walk together, so at some point, I found myself walking with Lisa. She would squat from time to time and collect some herbs. So, you're looking for your roots, she said after a while. Why? I couldn't resist the mystery. Well, my mom is hiding something from me, I answered, and I can't resist a mystery. Sit down with me. She nested among the roots of an old tree, reached into her old basket, and took out a blunt. Fuck yeah! Let's have a smoke, and I'll tell you a story. She noticed when I hesitated. You'll need to hear it. Yo, I like these folks. They party. I took that blunt. Lisa let out a cloud of smoke and started talking. From what I learned from Bartek's grandma, you're asking the wrong questions about the wrong people. Oh. Cut to the chase? Why shouldn't I be asking about my family? Her voice is so soothing. I love her. Here. Gotta take a puff of my blunt. Speaking of time management, you're gonna finish up cleaning the kitchen. Hey, thank you for the lurk. How my roommates use so many dishes in one day, you don't know. They have a date night, so you think it'll be nice. Well, you sound like a good roommate doing dishes. Yeah, it's always the worst, isn't it, when it always just piles up. Okay. Why shouldn't I be asking about my family? But not the right branch of the family, she said. Oh, your grandfather wasn't from this village. This is a tainted land, girl, she continued. So much blood was spilled that Puzeka? Or Puzekza? Almost lost her mind. What the fuck is that? Yeah, her? Who? Who's that? It was one of the words for forest. Polish has lots of those, but she used it in a weird way. Why do you call the forest Puskza? It's the Lats that has the right word. I call her Puskza. Probably saying that wrong. Because it's her proper name, she huffed. Lastisto Puskza. What a dog is to a wolf. Domesticated, enslaved, used. Pusksa is a primeval forest, one untouched by humans, primal, strong, and feared. There was an admiration in her voice, and I realized that the words sounded like the rustle of leaves like the wind. Pushka. As I was telling you, they almost went mad, and it's not wise to wake those spirits, especially not now. I wasn't afraid to stir up memories. You mean the spirits of the past? I shrugged. I'm not afraid to stir up some memories. She looked at me with those uncanny eyes. Her gaze was almost unbearable, hard with anger, smoldering somewhere deep within it, ready to jump at my throat. And then suddenly something changed. Lisa sighed heavily. You have no idea, do you? About the past? No, I admitted. All I know is that my grandfather was born here and that his aunt was a healer and an herbalist. Her eyes lost focus as though she was looking at something only she could see. In 1939, when the war broke out, first came the Germans and then the Russians. You know, they actually worked together. Stalin never forgot that when he was beaten by the Poles in 1920. She shot me a glance. I nodded politely. I didn't really care, but I nodded politely. Oh, you have no idea what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter, really. She took a drag. Anyway, millions of lives later, Stalin and Hitler stopped sleeping together, so to speak, and the Germans came. And then the Russians, again. And then there were the forest soldiers. The forest got my attention. I listened. I was hanging on her every word. They started as Polish soldiers, but then the war ended, and they became guerrillas to fight the Russian occupation. And then they ended up as desperate bandits, she sighed. For the people who lived there, they were all the same. Germans, Russians, forest soldiers. They killed, and they maimed, and they tortured and burned villages. It didn't matter what language they spoke. Huh. The lost forest soldiers, huh? Try your best. Your roommate does dick around in the house. Wait, you live alone? Oh, that's just your paralysis demons. Don't worry about that. What does it have to do with me? She looks sad. I didn't know it was also Tangled. I shouldn't have skipped all this. My great-grandparents were from here, she sighed. After the war, there were some changes and my whole family went to Siberia to die. My grandmother was the only one who survived. She met a Buryat shaman, and here I am. Your story gets tangled with all of this, she looked straight at me. Have you ever wondered what your grandfather did during the war? Then the weed hit me. And of course, that was the moment when the weed finally hit. Stuff was powerful, and for a moment I wondered if she had spiked it. Oh, shit. I have to stay focused for this. I focused and understood that a strange feeling came from within. It was a long-forgotten dream, like an ancient memory suddenly brought to life. I let it in. You're sitting around a fire deep in the Puska. They knew the rules and they decided to break them, I say, and the others nod their heads. We have to react or they'll stop respecting us. What? There must be a law? Even in these cruel times, we need a law. It's the only thing that keeps us apart from animals. Tomorrow, we're going to burn a village. Wolves gather in the darkness, waiting for a feast. Then the vision ends. When I came to my senses, Lisa was still looking at me. I ran it over in my head. If I understood what you're saying, I looked at her. Something from my family's past cast a shadow over my future, she shrugged. I told you everything I know. If you want more, talk to my girlfriend. We'll be at the logging site tomorrow. Yeah, good idea. Sweet, got my fucking shit back. My grandfather was a forest soldier. Got it. I will. Now I finally know who and what to ask. There you are. Bartek waved to me. I thought I lost you. I said my goodbyes to Lisa and then went back. The bison statues were watching me with their creepy painted eyes, as though they knew me. I called it a day and went back. By the wolves, yeah. The B&B was quaint. I left Anya and Bartek outside. It looked like they needed some time alone to say their goodbyes. When I got out of the shower, Anya was back, smiling and a little flustered. What a day, she smiled. So, what do you think? I made a quick mental inventory of everything that had happened that day. I'm gonna tell her what happened when I talked with Lisa. Something weird happened when I was talking with Lisa. I think it was her joint, but I saw some things. Looked like something from the past. Like from your past? For a second, I searched for words to explain it to her, but I couldn't really. I think it was my grandpa. It's hard to say, but it sure was weird, I shrugged, ending the topic. They're cutting down the forest. I can't believe they're logging here, I shook my head. Isn't the forest the UNESCO list or something? Yeah, I know. I want to check out this protest people were talking about. Maybe they could go there tomorrow? Maybe we could go there tomorrow. You know, I might actually just make it go a little faster. I remembered the scene at the shop. Remember the shop? The tension there seemed almost unnatural. A few more words and it would have been a regular fight. Maybe they just envied Kim's style, Anya tried to joke, but she seemed worried. I mentioned the graveyard. What happened here that people are still vandalizing my family's grave? What did my father do? She put a hand on my shoulder. Whatever it was, it's not your fault. It wasn't, but it could still be my responsibility. I didn't feel like talking no more. You know what? I'm seriously tired. Let's just call it a day, shall we? Soon we were both in our beds ready to sleep. Even though I was tired, sleep didn't come quickly. Anxiety was spreading its cold, writhing roots deep into my chest and stomach. I lay there for some time, looking at the silver rectangle painted on the wall by the moonlight. When I closed my eyes, I could see the weird vision that I had that day. My roots were here. I could feel them, almost touch them, and they were reaching to me. I felt as if I was closer to getting my answer. Yes! More willpower! I should go and see the logging protest. Felt the answers that I was looking for were within my reach. I just had to go to the logging protest, meet the right people, and make them talk. After a long while with all these thoughts, they became blurry, and I started to slowly turn into pictures, sounds, and colors. All of that was incorrect, but I'm just drifting off anyway. Night in the woods. The railroad tracks remember times of their glory. The trees around them whisper about forgotten secrets. I tremble. Something is coming. It's huge and monstrous. I am a cub or I am a steed. I thought that said steed. I am a seed? I realize I am a seed. I float in the air and then I land in the wet soil, die, and sprout. My roots will blow up the earth. I feel a pull. I feel a pull and I surrender to it. I float toward the clearing. There are piles of fresh corpses of people who died too young and skinned and mutilated. Their loved ones stand around them grieving, unable to do anything, waiting. And then suddenly they are just trees and tree trunks. I'd start dancing! That's just so silly. I look around. My nostrils flare. Who did it? Who murdered the trees? There's a stench in the air like meat rotting in acid, but somehow worse. I see the monstrous army. The mandibles are whirling chainsaws, and their long metal arms wrapped around black pipes that look like glistening intestines. Their smell is vile. They wait unmoving. I charge at them. You know what? Fuck it. I'm like a seed, right? Let's get some rage back. I'm an angry seed. I try to breathe through my mouth as I run toward the machines. I hit and kick them blindly, screaming at the top of my lungs. And in my own screams, I hear the strange whisper that tell me to look at the sky. There, between the stars, two shapes circle between each other. An odd, old, sad wolf with gray hair and a white weasel. They kept their eyes on one another as they consumed their dance. Suspicious, but not hostile. We need to fight the enemy. The awful, rotting stench, I know that much. But how can we do that when we don't trust each other? They stop, look at me in the clearing. I look at them cautious, or I reprimand them. Ooh, ooh. That's really interesting that it's a unique analytical choice because of my current stat. Oh, wait. A sad wolf and a white weasel. I'm gonna reprimand them. Stop it, you wasted enough time. Once again, I don't recognize the words, but I understand. They come down to me. The voice is the voice of the Puzksa. Welcome back. You've been away for a long time. I wake up. Was that even useful? Doing that in my dream? I really don't know. Logging. Start the chapter. Your roommate does dick around in the house. Wait. Oh no, never mind. That was a long ass time ago. Rereading an old ass comment. Next morning was full of sunshine and birdsong. Smelled the heat of the afternoon building. Those long honey-like hours in the late June when the earth isn't tired of its own warmth yet, but it was crisp and pleasant now. I got up. I sat on my bed for a moment, letting my feet dangle from it. I felt overwhelmed. The weight of the previous day had coiled up somewhere in my chest, and I really didn't know what to think about everything that I'd learned. And then there was the dream. Then I remembered the dream, the clearing, the animals in the night sky, waiting for me. I took a shower, ate something without really paying attention, and went out. And Anya joined me. We were halfway through the forest when Bartek caught up with us. You were right, Anya, the protest is important. Protest, baby, let's go. Activists' answers? As I walked toward the logging site, I noticed that there were more people heading that way. A police car, a couple SUVs, a TV truck, young people on bicycles, a green Land Rover from the Forest Services. When I got to the site, it felt utterly surreal, like I stepped onto a movie set. Anya looked around. So what's the plan? To learn about my family. I needed to figure out how my family fitted into all this. Look around. It's a weird way to say that. Fitted into. How my family fit into would be correct. I looked around. On my right was an ancient forest. On my left was a freshly torn clearing. Ahead of me, ruining the view, were huge logging machines and a group of people arguing in their shadow. It was clear that they needed... I farted. An outside voice to settle the dispute. Maybe by farting I can settle their dispute. By making a mutual enemy of everyone. I looked at everyone. There were people there too. The loggers were sitting idly on the tree trunk sharing cigarettes. The police that stood between them and a colorful group of protesters were visibly uneasy and twitchy. I saw some reporters who were clearly bored because no one was doing anything interesting. The harvesters loomed over the clearing, reeking. I saw a familiar face among the protesters. It was Kim, standing next to a vaguely military-looking white man who was arguing with Olga from the cemetery. The protesters were clearly conflicted. Could be fun. Maybe I could solve it. I thrived in solving conflict, so I went closer. One of the police officers, young and nervous, said something I didn't fully understand. I let Bartek handle it. I smiled. I kind of liked that answer. Sympathetic. I smiled at him and said, I don't understand in my best Polish. He smiled back. Oh, he said, you're one of them. And then let us go. Then I noticed someone that joined us. And then I noticed that someone used the commotion to sneak with us past the police, a girl with the disheveled, bleached-out hair. Don't worry, she patted the officer on the arm. It was awful to pick up line. It was an awful pickup line anyway. He recoiled. You shouldn't touch me, ma'am. I smiled. I smiled at her, wanting to say something, but I was interrupted. Pat, you're some guy calling from the gathering. Could you come here? I need you to show Olga that chart. She sighed, reaching to her backpack, taking out a tablet. And they're at it again, she murmured under her breath, winking at me. Coming. We went toward the activists. As I walked toward Kim, I heard more and more of the argument. Olga, you can't... The man was speaking with a strong German accent. Pat stood next to him with her tablet. She looked a bit amused. Do not fucking tell me what I can or can't do, Colonel, Olga interrupted. I can, because they're destroying our mother. I can fight with all of the means at my disposal, even if that means burning those harvesters to the ground. A slender green-eyed man was standing near her. He took a few steps back, went toward one of the harvesters, and turned his back on us all and pissed on the machine. Olga smirked. God damn. Aw, Daniel, you know how to bring the point home. He looked at her confused. Oh my god. Really just fucking took a piss in that machine. Burned the harvesters, Colonel asked calmly. In this drought? Olga, are you out of your mind? You know what I mean. Fight them in any way we can, because this is a fucking war, she spat. He sighed. You've never seen a real war and it shows. Nobody is shooting at us, and believe me, we want it to stay that way. We want a peaceful protest. We need it. Approached Kim. Hey, can we talk? I asked, approaching Kim. Oh, Maya, darling, it's good to see you, they smiled. Maybe you'll be able to convince her. Oh, so I was to take a stand. I looked at them. Olga with her fury and passion, Colonel with his cool and professional demeanor, and shared without any reservations what I felt about the situation. It wasn't about personal victory, or there was a fine line to tread. I don't know which one... I don't know which I'm siding with by saying which. I'm mocking them both is just going to make an enemy of everyone. I mean, they are kind of both in the wrong, though, a little bit. Fuck it. Let's just mock him. Cautious, neutral, neutral. Fuck! Bravo, I started clapping. This is clearly the most efficient use of your energy. Bickering. Kim shook her head and moved forward. I observed them cautiously. I mean, maybe that is honestly the best decision, even though they probably don't like me. Olga, darling, you know I love you, but Colonel really knows what he's doing. Please trust me on that one. They looked at her apologetically. Fuck off, Kim. You don't even trust me enough to come here on your own when I asked you to. Lisa decides to say something. I'm probably just making the situation worse. Lisa looked them straight in the eye. She had a peculiar accent. Kim, you want to teach me about violence? She looked them straight in the eye. About fighting oppression? Just because we went to what? One mission in Afghanistan? Her Polish was peculiar, kind of mellow. Colonel winced. Leave Kim alone. He didn't know what to say, and it seemed that the whole discussion would be derailed. Olga, neutral. Colonel, sympathetic. Hey guys, the forest? I said the logging, the protest? Olga unclenched her fists. Colonel looked back at her and chuckled softly. You almost punched me. Conversation was over, at least for the time being. Colonel, together with his cronies, walked toward the reporters while Olga went back to the group of people standing in the shadow of an old oak tree. I looked at the forest. So, I looked at the Puskaza. The clearing is full of felled trees, like a gaping, bleeding wound in the chest of a friend. I had to do something. So I now have a new goal, to stop the logging. Interesting. I have developed a new goal. I like that. I looked at my friends. We have to stop the logging. Yes, just like Olga said. Anya nodded, excited. What they are doing is unforgivable, and we have to fight. It is a very complicated situation. Bartek looked thoughtful. I liked the way that guy Colonel said. We should proceed peacefully, not to discourage the public and potential supporters. I looked at one group. I looked at the other. Uh-oh, so harvesters and protesters. The harvesters were dripping with black oil, and the forest stood tall, serene, and full of golden light. It looked like it could protect itself, and then I looked at the felled trees, dead, limp, lifeless. So, interesting. Colonel is with the protesters, Olga is with the harvesters. What? If I, like, click one, will it automatically take me there? Probably. Yeah, protesters. In the limelight, as I approached the group, Kim waved at me. Come here. It took me straight to the leader of the group, the man who was arguing with Olga. Hello, strangers, he said, and reached out his hand. I'm Colonel. What was that about Olga? I'm going to introduce myself. Nice to meet you. I introduced myself. I'm Maya. I know, he smiled. Kim told me all about you. His eyes were an uncanny shade of gray. He might have been in his early 30s, I thought. Why were they arguing? The argument looked personal. I looked back at Olga in the crowd. Her heart is in the right place, but her methods are not optimal. Colonel looked me in the eyes. I know why you came to... I always have to check. Baya Wolviza. The forest is reaching out to you, because for a long time, only your ancestors were its servants, and now you're the only one left to pay for what they owed. He seemed to believe it. Oh, I learned something. My family left unpaid debts to the forest. I looked at him, skeptical, but he seemed to believe it. Colonel is sympathetic. We have the same goal, he looked back at me. Will you help me? I had no time to answer. I'm doing really good with my rage and willpower here. I heard a commotion and turned around. The reporters were coming our way, but their cameras were switched off and pointed at the ground. Why aren't they filming? I should be taking photos or filming the protest, but I couldn't remember if they were there when I arrived at the scene. So? Asked Colonel. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. The reporter shook his head and grimaced. Sorry, everyone, we can't do anything. We're not allowed to cover what's going on here. Oh. The hell do they mean? I don't know what happens. Okay, wait. Your supernatural anger. Be careful when you rage. Higher rage allows Maria to overcome many obstacles, but also makes her aggressive and hard to control. Interesting. I don't want to get too angry. I understood. I know what's going on. The police weren't there to protect the protesters or the press. Yeah, it must be hard to do your job when the police is watching your every step, I said, and they nodded. There was a moment of tense silence. Oh, interesting. So it's the police that's forcing them not to be able to film. And then it all came together. I understood. The dream, that was the moment I was destined to intervene. The protest was too quiet. They needed inspiration. I just had to make sure that the reporters understood. Can I look at my character sheet here? I'm not that inspiring, but I am analytical. I can probably let them know, and I'm pretty cunning, too. Oh, this is cool. You get like a whole... Ah, this is neat. People were scared of my family. Relations. Loyal, sympathetic, neutral, family, it's complicated, neutral, sympathetic. Well, I'm doing good being neutral or sympathetic with basically everyone right now, and loyal at the very least with Anya. So, let's close that. Let's make sure that they understand. A matter of principle. No way, I said, shaking my head. No fucking way. I couldn't quite place the look on Colonel's face. Wariness? Enjoyment? Was it of interest? Like I was a new toy. Well, this is the reality here, he said finally. The media will cover anything that is violent and then present us all as eco-terrorists who should be locked up in prison. So we need to prove that we're not terrorists. Or so we need to give them something interesting. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm gonna have to make a big choice here. So... I don't know how you prove that you're not a terrorist. By, like, just being there and then getting beaten up. If we give them something to talk about that's interesting. I don't know what interesting means. But I want to pursue that line of questioning. Because I feel like that's more of a stronger point than, like, well, we're not terrorists, so... Because we need to give them something interesting to think about. I look at the reporters. They were a bored bunch from competing media outlets thrown together by circumstance. I just needed to give them something interesting. I let the forest talk through me? Oh, dear God. I don't know what the right answer here is. I'm gonna let the forest talk. I was going to stand there and watch as her mother is being killed. I asked for a moment as I was surprised at how clear my voice was. The loggers don't respect the forest, and they don't respect the spirits and tradition. They came here to destroy. They don't realize that. In the long run, their survival depends on the forest. It has an effect, just not the one I'd hoped for. This might not have been the best idea. That's exactly why the New Age bullshit that was exactly the New Age bullshit I was hoping for. I turned on and saw a journalist lowering their camera. There was a sticker on it with the logo of the national TV station. Now let's throw in a few shots of that freak, he pointed to Kim. Why are deviants throwing the traditional way of life in the Polish countryside? The reporter started saying into his microphone. I could use my willpower here to ask the others for help, but I would prefer to stand by Kim's side here. I don't know what the others would do. I walked over to them and I stood by their side, controlled the urge to flip the reporters the bird. Thanks for the support, girl, Kim whispered. Let's show them our best profiles, shall we? You regain willpower and you pursue your goal. Prevent the effects of high rage. Interesting. Finally, they lost their interest. I looked at all the other journalists. Oh, shit. What's up with you? I asked some of the other reporters. Have you lost your spark? Have you forgotten what to... Ah, I should have got the other people. I held my breath. But they ignored me and turned their attention to Olga's group, who chose that moment to violently clash with the cops. I felt someone touching my arm. Damn it! Well, I appeared on the TV for a while, I guess. You felt someone touching my arm. This is the moment when you exit the scene, Kim. Turned me around with a gently, but firmly put... what the fuck? Kim turned me around and gently but firmly pushed me away. There we go. We'll be in touch, they whispered. Weird. When I walked on the road to the village and nobody could see me, I doubled over and vomited. I always felt violently sick when there are too much to process at once. From the whole commotion, I lost Anya and Bartek from my sight. I was alone. Or so I thought. The press is sympathetic. Hey, let me help you, a voice behind me said, and I jumped. A woman was looking at me with concern. What happened? It was too much. All of that. We walked slowly toward the village. We talked. I learned that she was an independent German reporter who'd come here about a month ago. Her name was Erica. So, why are you protesting the logging? She asked after a few minutes of small talk. We have to save the forest. It's unique. When I saw how many trees they'd cut down in just one afternoon, it broke my heart, I said. It's still shaken by the sheer number of the fallen trees. I have to do whatever I can to save the forest. I looked at her. And why are you asking? She looked at me with renewed interest. Do you know why they are cutting down the trees? She asked back. Because you do know that the logging is done by a government company. The state forests? I had no idea. In fact, I knew very little. Ah! Oops. I knew very little about the situation, I realized. Just what the others have told me. Erica reached for her notebook. It all started with spruce bark beetles. Erica looked into her notes and started explaining the whole situation. That year, the beetles' infestation was Oh! Dude, we've dealt with those in Colorado, spruce bark beetles. That year, the beetles' infestation was catastrophic, and the foresters decided that the only way to stop it was to save the rest of the forest, is to cut down as many infected trees as possible. Couldn't they just remove the... Was it necessary? Foresters state that this is the only way, she said. Some biologists argue that they are cutting the wrong trees and doing it too late to change anything. Couldn't they just remove the dead trees? They might do that, but the dead trees are what make the forest unique, she smiled. There are 20 times more species living in the dead spruce tree than on an alive one. Whoa, cool. Was the logging legal? I wanted to know. Opinions differ, but such massive logging as the UNESCO-listed area might be illegal, Erica answered. Did they have to intervene at all? I mean, that explains why the forest feels dead, though. It's because, like, it literally is dead. All the trees are dying because of the beetles. Could they just leave the forest alone and let nature take its course? It's one of the options, Erica admitted. There's a drought, and no one is sure if when the forest would survive on its own. It was a complex situation, and I didn't mean that I should go step back. I felt that Erica was deliberately playing the devil's advocate. I needed advice. I'm just doing my job, Erica suggested. I described all of the aspects of the situation to you, but it's up to you to decide what you want to do. It's a tough decision. Shook my head. Why did the situation always have to be so complex? At least I was sure that they were cutting down the trees. What happened to the wood? Excuse me. When they cut down the trees, what happens to the wood? I asked Erica. The state forests have to be financially self-sufficient. They earn money by selling forest products, including wood, she answered. That's why I think the bark beetle is not the reason, but an excuse to push more wood on the market, I concluded my case. She looked skeptical. You're not the only one feeling helpless, she sighed. So don't let the complexity of the situation stop you. Life is always complex, and yet we carry on. So what's right and what's wrong? What should I do when I feel that something is wrong? I asked, exasperated. Do you believe that people can be evil? She asked back. We could do bad things, for sure. Some people do really shitty things, I shrugged. But is it just their actions or their nature? I said nothing. What's the matter? She asked. I shared my fear. Something wasn't right with the whole situation. I didn't know what it was, and that scared me. I took a deep breath, then I remembered what Colonel had said. All that mystical stuff. And they said I have some family debts to pay. I shook my head. It's a lot to take in. And there is that foul smell back there? She looked at me with a weird expression. What smell? She asked. How come she didn't smell it? You didn't smell it? The harvesters reeked of something like meat that's been rotting in acid, only worse. Couldn't even find the words to describe it, but the memory of the foulness still clung to the back of my throat, swimming in my sinuses. Press is sympathetic. I know what you're talking about, she answered slowly, but I don't think everybody can smell it. I looked at her and raised my eyebrow questioningly. Her eyes? Press is friendly. There was sympathy. You'll learn in your own time if you stay here long enough, she said, clearly wanting to drop the topic. What do you mean? Getting irritated. You'll learn in time, or not at all, which would frankly be better. Anyway, gotta run. As I watched her leave, I thought that whatever my family legacy had surely manifested itself that day. Guess I'd made some progress. My willpower is full, baby. I jumped right into the middle of a very tense situation, at the very least upset the status quo. I just hope that things hadn't been made worse. They walked on in silence. That was an interesting kind of chat with the press there. When I opened the door, I found Anya and Bartek sitting in Anya's bed. They were a little flustered and nonchalantly trying to look like I hadn't interrupted anything. We lost sight of you, Bartek said apologetically. I'm glad you made it back in one piece. So how was your day, Anya asked. I met a lot of new people. I met some very interesting people, I said, still excited. Yeah, they looked like a colorful bunch, Anya grinned. Bartek rolled his eyes. Colorful and uninvited. They sure are passionate. They argue between themselves more than they argue with the loggers, I added. I gave an interview. I sort of gave an interview, I shrugged, but I'm afraid they'll manipulate the shit out of it. An interview? But you only just got here, Anya exclaimed. Bartek shook his head and frustrated. They never talk with the locals, he mumbled. It just sort of happens, I shrugged. I learned a lot. Did you know that the government supported the logging even when it was illegal? I shared my dismay. If they support it, it can't be illegal, Bartek crossed his arms. Of course it can, I threw up my arms frustrated. It was all I wanted to share. Oh wait, no! Oh well. I shrugged. Just another day in, Biowolviza. We sat for a while in silence. You know, there's more to see here in Biowolviza, Bartek said to me. You should visit, Porgorzlazy. Buddy Teramiski, Saralonka. Maybe later. How's the search for your roots going? Asked Bartek, clearly wanting to change the topic. Bartek doesn't want me to learn the truth. But I'll share what I learned. Seems that my ancestors lived around the forest for a long time, I said. And there's some kind of debts to be paid. Wow, Anya looked impressed. Honestly not sure what to think, but if you need something, just let me know. I was tired. I just sat there looking through the window. The day was full on and I was exhausted. I didn't notice when I fell asleep. It's quiet now, yet I know deep inside that something isn't quite right. I run. Oh. Running doesn't seem actually smart. I sneak. The light seeps away as though there are millions of tiny punch holes in the sky through which it can escape, and then the darkness starts to pour in. I know what I will see. And I see bodies strewn across the ground, bloodied, maimed, and their limbs torn apart from destroyed torsos. I can see some of them are still alive, struggling for air, trying to live. They're all trees, fallen trees, still alive, still struggling for air. Ooh. And there's the stench. I can smell them. The stench is dark, rancid, putrid. They're monsters at the edge of the forest, and they have long skeletal arms. They're wrapped in glistening black intestines, and each arm has a wide, gaping mandible full of whirling blades. They snap at me blindly. I feel righteous anger burning through me like molten lava bubbling from the ground. Through my feet, up my legs, and through my chest to my head. I point at the monsters. My friends watch as I bask in their rage. I howl in the sentence. I howl out the death sentence as we run toward the monstrous shapes. We bite off heads and tear off arms. We are an executioner's axe, unflinching. Then I wake up. So this is me. Find out what's happening to me. I gasped and bolted upright. I was alone. The sun was setting, and in the deep red light of the room, it looked like it was bathed in blood. My pillow and duvet were on the ground, and I was sweating bullets. I looked at my legs. When did they become so hairy? I could have sworn I shaved them this morning. Uh-oh, I'm turning into a werewolf. Standoff. I need to talk. I thought about going back to sleep, but I couldn't. Since I'd arrived at the village, I felt like I was falling down a rabbit hole, or rather a wolf's den. My dreams were getting more and more vivid, and I was scared. I needed to talk it over with someone I trusted. Anya was in it from the start. Anya I can trust. Despite all the strange things I'd done, she still stuck with me. I messaged her and she messaged me back. I'm on a walk. Come join me. The sun has just set and the moon wasn't up yet. Started walking. The forest loomed over the horizon. The activist camp was somewhere there. We met near the shop in Bielwilviza. It was a characteristic enough point and easy enough to get to anywhere in town. What is it? Anya asked. She looked worried. Something strange is happening here. I don't think that there's something really strange happening here with all the people in the forest. I'm scared, Anya. Something strange happening, she nodded. But I have no idea what it is. I know even less than you, she frowned. Maybe we should go to your new friends, the activists? She smiled a little. They are weird. They must know something. It was an option. She had the best ideas. I smiled. That's why I came to you. You have the best ideas. She smiled and started walking. Let's go. I'm sure they're not sleeping. Do you mind if I text Bartek? I promised I'd meet him tonight. I didn't mind, and he soon joined us. We went to the activist camp. The camp had a different vibe from the logging site protests. There were more people here. We looked around, trying to take it all in. The people in the camp seemed quite cheerful. It's interesting that, like, I always get to notice the smells. It's like a very wolf-like thing. I'm curious about the smells. There were tents and I could smell some bacon in the air. People were milling about, setting up a camp, singing, preparing posters. It was a joint effort, and I was hungry. My stomach growled. I have no idea what your plan is, said Bartek, but you have my full support. I need to see Colonel. Colonel smiled at me. Hello, he said. What brings you here? I was confused. Or I needed answers. I think I'm confused. All the stories I've heard connecting me and the forest. Colonel looked at me with these uncanny gray eyes. I could feel his attention lock on me. Yes, it's true, he said. And that's why we're here. To stop the government destroying the forest. To show that we don't agree and that we hope to make a difference. And that you have a role to play. Will it work? I don't know. All I know is that it worked before. It worked for Gandhi. It worked with segregation and apartheid in the end. It worked with communism. You say that. So let's see if it works well with capitalism as well. You say that. Violence is not an option here. He smiled. And I think you know quite well that anger doesn't really get shit done. I didn't agree. No, I knew that. I had a family debt to pay, and I couldn't just be an observer anymore. So we have a little citizen protest going on tonight, Colonel said. But I'll need your support if you want to convince the others. They all wanted to do something that night, but after a whole day's discussion, they were still divided on what to do. 3 for one option, 3 for the other. I had the deciding vote. I like the peaceful protest more in general, but I didn't even get to talk with Olga to find out her plans, so I guess I'm gonna go with Colonel. A little help from my friends. I voted for the peaceful protest. As soon as we were on our way to the National Park headquarters and our education center, we had some banners to install. Artek hesitated for a long time, but he joined us in the end. I'm only coming because my dad is out tonight, and he won't see me coming in late, he mumbled. And Anya also tagged along. This is so exciting, Anya whispered. I've never done anything so illegal. Soon we were there. I got more willpower even though I really didn't need it. As soon as we were on our way, I realized that we followed the path only because of my vote. I made a difference. The National Park headquarters were located in something called Palace Park. The name was historical. The name, like everything in Poland, was historical. Centuries ago, some king had his hunting lodge there, but now it was a mishmash of old and new buildings scattered around the park. Some were rough and bulky, made up of stone and brick, while others were an extravaganza of wooden porches, lace-like shutters, and meticulously sculpted pillars. There was no one around, but the area was well lit. I needed to be careful. Yeah. This wasn't your everyday act of vandalism. This was something bigger. More important, yes, but also more dangerous. Getting arrested in Poland didn't seem like a great way to start my visit. On the contrary, it could be the end to it, actually. Suddenly, I remembered the church was located just next to the Palace Park gate. I felt its dark silhouette looming in the darkness, waiting. Suddenly, oh no! I didn't mean to click. I didn't even know what I said. I automatically clicked because I was trying to get the text to advance. I looked at a makeshift sign sewn together that looked like old sheets, and the big dark green letters that declared "Wood is the enemy of the forest." How would it change anything? Where do we hang it? Asked Daniel, who had come equipped with climbing gear. I shared my recommendations, I suppose? I think we should attach to the drain pipes there and there. I pointed at 2 corners of the building and Daniel grunted in agreement. It doesn't matter, Olga said, because the hanging of the banner is a waste of time. I looked at her, curious with what kind of advice she could offer us. I let her talk. Olga looked at me as though she expected me to say something, but I didn't take the bait. It's a great banner, and I'm sure it will look good in the pictures published by a number of independent political blogs. She looked at Colonel, but it's stuck so deep into the over-educated ecological dispute that we won't get it. People won't get it, and the loggers won't care. Colonel just shook his head and gestured Daniel to continue. I waited patiently. Soon the sign was up, screaming our message to all of Bielvisa. Colonel looked at me. Maya, what do you think? I said it was glorious. I mean, I get the slogan. It's a little bit of a weird one. Maybe it sounds better in Polish. I didn't really get the slogan, but I decided to play it cool. Oh, I sighed. It's glorious. Glad you think so, he grinned. I love the wording. Humans let the forest grow so they can take the wood from it, but that isn't the purpose of the forest. Finally, we pulled the banner up. My father will take a stroke when he sees this, Bartek let out a repressed laugh. But it's an important message, Anya looked up with fire in her eyes. The world must know. I looked up at the sign flying high over the park, and I was proud of our work. When we finished, Colonel gathered us together. I was proud of what we accomplished. And I contributed to it. Whatever my family had done, I was starting to pay back the debt. Colonel reached for his bicycle. Let's go for a trip, he said, to remind ourselves what we're trying to protect. Gunshots in the woods. The woods are full of stars. We cycled in silence, enjoying the company of the forest as it enjoyed ours. At some point, a clearing opened up before us. It was surrounded by boulders and placed in a circle. They looked relaxed. The soft breeze rusted in the trees, welcoming us. Bartek was tense. Should have stayed at home, whispered Bartek, and the whisper carried in the air. This is not a good night to be out here. His nervousness was getting to me. There was some kind of energy here, flowing around, trying to reach me, but it couldn't. Not without my permission. Why were we there, anyway? Before he could answer, with a loud sound tore through the silence. It was a gunshot. Uh-oh. The others tensed up, but they didn't look concerned, just confused. You have to get out of here immediately, Bartek's whisper was frantic and scared. There's a hunting party out here. Colonel turned toward us, and he'd finally put something together. There was a rustle, and I saw a bunch of men in camo, each one of them with a rifle toward us from the trees. I observed them. I watched their angry steps and listened to the murmured curses. Something was strangely familiar. The man at the front looked exactly like an older version of Bartek. Oh, his dad or something? He weighed us up for a moment, then focused up on Colonel. The area's closed for the night, the huntsman said in Polish. There was contempt in his voice. There's a hunt going on, and y'all are trespassing. We have police officers here, so I would go home if I were you, unless you want to get arrested. That was a hot pile of bullshit, and this guy reeked of guilt. Could turn to the forest for advice for whatever good that is. Let's just de-escalate this. I assessed the situation. I'm doing really good on my analytical game here. I don't know if, like, I should stop at a certain point, but, like, goddamn, I am analytical as shit. There's a chance we could talk things out reasonably. I took a step forward. I looked at the hunters. Maybe we should all go home, I said in Polish. We're disturbing the forest. My voice was calm and steady. It made the huntsman pause. I turned to them. I turned to the hunters, displaying more confidence than I had. For a moment, it looked like the man would agree with me, but he just clenched his fist instead. You don't get to tell me what to do, girl. Stay away from my son, he barked, pointing at Bartek. You hippies go home now, or things will get nasty. I'm gonna calm this motherfucker down. Not telling you what to do, I'm speaking to everyone here, I answered. He hesitated and shrugged. This is our forest. We grew up here and we're not going anywhere. You're the ones who are strangers, so get the fuck out of here. I lost some friendship with Bartek, which isn't good. Because I'm yelling at his dad. This forest belongs to no one. It's bullshit. It belongs to no one, I calmly answered. He won't listen, Olga said, cracking her knuckles. and then she launched at him. Oh shit, it escalated quickly. A heartbeat later, a full-blown fight began. Everything was in slow motion, and I could see my new friends grinning and throwing themselves at the armed hunters, not paying attention to the fact that they had rifles at all. Anya took a step towards them. At the moment, Bartek took a step back. They looked at each other unsure, then looked at me. I cursed and then joined the fight. Ooh, that sounds like so much fun. I'm at really low rage, though. Fuck it. Let's do it. I'm impaired willpower. The clearing shattered like a broken window into sharp pieces, its edges cut clean by the rays of a flashlight swirling in the darkness. Fight, brother! I'm fighting. One piece, a shout, another, a silhouette leaping, a dodge, a grunt, a punch, a cry, curses in 3 different languages. I slipped between the pieces, hiding in the shadows. I body slammed into one of the men and stumbled. I threw dirt in his eyes? Oh, that's pretty good. I don't know what to do. Shit. This is like a critical moment. So if I prepare, then that doesn't really, it's not like an act, it's just kind of defensive. Luring him into the forest might separate him from the other friends, which is good. And then throwing dirt into his eyes will only make him mad, but it won't, like it might help me? I don't know. It might help me. Let's just throw dirt in his eyes. Fuck it. I kneeled on the ground for a split second, scooped up a handful of dirt, and when he went for me, I threw it all in his face. He cried out in surprise, stumbled, tripped, and fell to the ground with a loud thud. A flashlight shone his way. Bartek was kneeling over the body, trying to wake him up. I saw blood. Blood on his head. Blood on the stone next to his head. Blood on the ground, dark and fresh. Did I just kill Bartek's dad? Uh-oh. 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 I killed Bartek's dad. I killed Bartek's dad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All I did was throw dirt on him, I swear to God. I turned away to look at the man to find another target. Then I heard a shout. She killed him, one of the men shouted, the horror clear in his voice. She directed his flashlight at my face, blinding me. Fuck! It moved out of the light. I felt overwhelmed. Shit. The shouting, the fear. I left as if the pieces of broken glass were starting to pierce my skin and brain. I collapsed. Oh man, I fucked up. I raised my hands to my head and I curled up in a ball. I'm sorry, I shouted, almost crying. I didn't mean to. Leave her alone, someone growled, recognizing the voice. I raised my head. Was it Colonel? It was Colonel. He was bulging, muscles growing bigger, bones getting longer. He let out a joyous roar, throwing his hands, now equipped with strong claws, into the air. Oh shit! He grabbed the man, slashed across his torso. I looked at the 8-foot-tall, fur-covered monstrosity, and for a moment I hoped that I was dreaming. I shook my head. Dude, they're fucking werewolves! Something warm landed on my face. More blood. Howls, terrified screams. Bartek grabbed my hand and Anya's wrists. We have to go. The man screamed again and pointed a gun at Colonel. I don't have any. I can't do any of that. I turned and ran. Damn, I don't have any willpower left. I used it all up. Oh, what? I looked back, a gunshot. No. Did I just lose all my friends? Oh my god. I looked back in a gunshot and there was only pain. Oh. I took some damage there. Hot damn. Nothing in my life had prepared me for this. Oh my god. I started laughing. Blinded by the blood in my eye and the searing pain in my shoulder and chest, I could only laugh. This wasn't what I expected from the trip. You spend so much time planning, only to see your whole life crash and burn. All I could do was laugh. But I knew how serious it was. Oh, I'm gonna die. So I laughed, grinning with bloodied teeth until my strength left me and I couldn't hold myself upright anymore. The forest caught my fall with a bed of moss and twigs. I stopped thrashing and a cold numbness engulfed me. I can't get up because I ran out of willpower. My eyes were open and I stared blankly up at the trees. There was a small fragment of the sky visible between the branches. The clouds moved and there was light. The full moon. It looked different. How am I not dead yet? I'm out of health. Luna in her full glory. The moon was a goddess and she noticed me. Get up, she said. I got up. Whoa! I get up. I feel good. I know that I shouldn't, but I don't remember why. I don't care. My mind is clear. I stretch. First off, my muscles are sore and cramped, so I stretch like they've never stretched before. My arms are longer. My legs are stronger. My heart is pumping. I feel like I've spent my whole life packed into a box and have finally been set free. My mind is clear. Hey, Litaro. It's time to finally unleash the beast. My mind is clearer than it's ever been before. My world is in sharp contrast of black and white, movement and stillness. I smell prey. I hear language in the hooting of owls, the whistling of the wind, and the snarling of wolves. I am what I was born to be. I breathe. I take a breath and feel my ribs and muscles move. The forest smells of blood, fear, and excitement, and I am happy. I laugh happily, and the others join me. We laugh and sing to the moon. Something stings me. I look around. There's a small, malformed creature pointing a stick at me. The stick blazes with fire, and there's another sting. The creature is no threat to me, but its presence is annoying. Its smell almost sends me reeling, and I don't like being pricked. Oh, God. Jesus. Both of these are gonna kill him. I mean, I'll push it away. I push the creature away, and it flies through the air making funny noises, then hits a tree and stays there, pinned to a branch like a butterfly. My ears prick, and I hear more creatures running blindly through the bushes. I feel a little better about myself. I start to get a little bit of a pep in my step. My leg no longer stings, and I feel better than ever before. Prey. Hunt. Is this a dream? When is it time for a MGT stream? Like, Magic the Gathering? That's a good question. What does the Japanese letters in my Twitter account mean? It literally means, Dave Baxter. That's it. It's just my name in Japanese. And, I don't know, we'll do a Magic the Gathering stream at some point here soon, if that's what you meant by that. I'm bad with acronyms, though, so it could easily mean something else. Maybe it's a dream. The creatures are running away, and their backs turned to me. I watch them, how they move. Suddenly one of them turns my way. We lock glances. I roar. And the creature falls down and curls into a ball. It smells of ammonia. Just pissed himself. Piercing light burns in my eyes. The creatures surround me. They seem to work in a pack. They are dangerous. I strike them all one by one? No, I should maybe run away. Cut my losses. I have a lot of health, though. I fight them all. With the roar, I attack them, and they slowly stumble, trying to understand what is happening. There are sharp noises and sudden flashes, and the air smells of fire and singed hair. It hurts. They hurt me. I bite and punch and roar. A new smell. The wind brings a new smell. The air tastes of fur and musk and blood. Shapes move along the trees, but they are no creatures. They are people like me. Suddenly I'm surrounded by them. I think I know them. They seem familiar. It's like I met them in the past, but they were hidden. They close in on me. What do they want? I wait. I relax and wait for them, unflinching. They approach me and sniff the air. Their smells are overwhelmingly familiar. Once the people had sounds attached to them, but now I realize the sounds were not their true names. Run with us, they say. And we run. And we hunt together, and there is joy. There are no words to describe the thrill of being part of a pack and closing on your prey and tearing it apart. Then I got lost chasing something only because it's escaping. I am alone in the heart of the forest. Oh, that's the name. I look up and see no moon, only clouds and tangled branches. Something changes. I realized how tired I was. I stumble. Darkness. Nothing is okay. Night sky is full of stars. I open my eyes. Confused, I open my eyes, and the forest around me is thick and dark. The trees, wrapped tightly in dark-leaved ivy, were covered in ripples of lichen where the vines hadn't taken hold. The thorny, leafless bushes at their base were overrun with nettles. The fungi radiated with a ghoulish, sickly green light. Dark sponge-like mushrooms clung to the fallen trees. And I tried to breathe. David-san. Dave-san. I prefer the sound of that. That's why I have Dave instead of David in Japanese. I took a deep breath and winced. There's a foul smell in the air. Suddenly I realized it wasn't the forest that smelled so foul. It was me. I looked down and saw my hands covered in the dark substance. I was naked, a sticky, glistening film of liquid clinging to my skin. I could feel it on my face and my hair. Blood. Whose blood was this? Had I killed someone? I knew it was coming. I remembered my dream and slowly lifted my eyes. Dead bodies were strewn around. There were severed heads right in front of me. I'm not gonna touch it. I felt sick. The face was contorted, the eyes were bulging, the mouth open, the tongue stuck out. It was obscene. I doubled over, retching. I recognized that face. The face from my dream. Oh no! Wait, it was Bartek! His face splashed with dried blood. There was so much of it. I couldn't see his freckles. The head watched me with reproach. Oh no! I killed Bartek! What the fuck, dude? Okay, yes, become Twitter pals. But oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, I'll scream. The night swallowed it. Colonel's loyal. The bushes rustled, and for a moment later I saw Colonel moving out between the trees. He looked at me, at the head, at my face. He came closer and squatted beside me. This is what we were trying to tell you. His gray eyes smiled. See? You're a werewolf. I looked at him. I blinked. Everything faded to black. Was I always a fucking... Was it always a werewolf? This whole time? When did I become one? Is it just my family lineage? Chapter 4, Lost in the Woods. I thought for sure I died. Breed, Hamid. Auspice unknown. Rank, Cub. Tribe unknown. The morning smelled of fur, earth, in the forest. Over the gentle snoring that filled the warm space under the low-hanging branches of an old spruce tree, I heard a squirrel. I was hungry. I don't know why I quietly crawled outside would be... Oh, in order to get the squirrel, I guess? I'd use up willpower, though. I don't know when I'm gonna get more. I went outside. Stepping over the sleeping forms, I made my way outside. Alone, hiding in the grass, I sniffed around. The sky was bright, and the forest around me was dark and full of interesting smells. High in the trees, birds yelled about status, sex, and violence. I was in danger. The thought was abrupt and unwanted, but like a siren. Something had happened last night. I pressed myself flat to the ground and pricked my ears. They wouldn't find me unprepared. The creatures stirred in bushes nearby, a tall, dark silhouette, strangely familiar smell. I tensed up. I watched the human as they looked around. Maya, there you are, they said when they noticed me. It's time to get out of there. I spasmed. Suddenly, a feeling like a cramp or a spasm surged through me and everything changed. I was Hamid, the human form. Indicates a change in your current stats. Character stats may contain more details. My body started resetting itself to the familiar shape and it hurt. Bones broke and fused again. Muscles and sinews moved under my skin. I crawled and thrashed. Then, panting and sweaty, I was Hamid again. I hit the ground, and with my bare ass, colors exposed, the morning breeze suddenly became cold and I shivered. I looked up. I'm just like naked in the forest. The person approaching me is probably Anya. Oh, it's Colonel. Okay. You look cold. Colonel smirked and threw me a bundle of clothes. Better not change for a while. They won't survive it. Not until you learn to ride, at least. Interesting. I took the bundle. I snatched the bundle and started pulling the clothes on. Sneakers, loose-fitting jeans, a hoodie with a unicorn. They fit perfectly. I thought about the previous night. When I was raging through the forest about how differently I experienced the world through the wolf senses and the discomfort and confusion of changing shape. So, I was a werewolf. Got my identity. Master the change. Oh, that's a new goal that I have. I see. I was no longer human. I don't know that I ever was in the beginning. Was I in trouble with the law? That's what I want to know. There was a murder last night, I said anxiously. What if they find my DNA at the crime scene? We'll take care of that. Human laws are irrelevant for you anymore. We just stood there for a moment, tense and silent. I was wondering how one usually learned that they were a werewolf. I'm curious to know about Colonel's story. I do have enough willpower that I could probably manage it. How come nobody knew about werewolves? That's a good question, actually. Doesn't make any sense, it suddenly struck me. How come nobody knows werewolves exist? We protect the veil, was the answer. It's easy to convince humans that the supernatural doesn't exist. They already want to believe that. And the delirium helps. Delirium, the madness and the memory that is the loss suffered by humans who look upon a garu and cream. Whoa, what the fuck? Is there like a... there's no like dictionary in this. You're gonna stream in a bit. Oh, Joe Mama. Alright, well have fun, man. Good luck. I hope that the stream goes better for you tonight than it did the other night, man. Good luck. Whenever you're gonna go live, let me know so I can give you a shout out. How come nobody knows the werewolves exist? Delirium. I mean, delirium is in the medical condition, I asked, remembering something that I read about the acute confusional states. You'll have to ask Pat for that. The gist of that is that humans are incapable of remembering what they saw. They saw a Krinos, he laughed. The half-wolf, half-human form of a... Okay, gotcha. Probably 5 minutes. Cool, dude. Have fun. They panic, turn away, and instantly forget every time. I want to know about his story. So, how did you become a werewolf? Shit. What a lame opening. Hello, stranger. Where'd you learn to rip people's throats apart? I was born a werewolf, it seems, he answered. Oh, that's what I thought. It's a genetic thing. I asked again. How did you learn you were a werewolf? I asked again. Oh, that. I was serving in Afghanistan, and there was an ambush. Some stuff happened. Awesome! What a dumb fucking response! Yeah, so, I was on a tour in Afghanistan, and, some stuff happened, and, now I'm a werewolf. Awesome! What stuff? Werewolf stuff. It wasn't very forthcoming. They sent me home with PTSD, and once I got home, I was found by others. They needed someone who knew how to fight. Why? I asked. We were the real eco-terrorists back then. My pack and I. But I realized that violence only breeds more violence, and it's not the way that I want to follow. Then I realized something. I realized something very important. The wolves had awoken. At some point, the rest of the party had awoken and joined us. The clearing was full of wolves. Oh, fuck. The wolves are closing in on me. I saw an opening to escape. If I did, I could figure this all out on my own. Denial and escape? Or acceptance? I think acceptance is the way. Because I'm in this shit. In for a penny, in for a pound, as they say. Hiding the bodies. The headless body was heavy. They say that as my first kill, it was my burden. My duty to take it to the barrows. I didn't kill him. I didn't want to do it. But, whatever. I didn't kill him. I didn't do it, I said, looking at the corpse. I'd never. You have to balance the death you cause with your achievements, Colonel said, looking at me in the eyes. It's only the path. That is the path of the Garo. The term the werewolves use for themselves. I see. That's the path of the werewolf. He accompanied me, carrying the severed head in a bag. The others stayed behind, covering the tracks, and I focused on the walk. I didn't want to talk or to think, for that matter. Not about the person I was carrying, or rather, trying to carry. It was just a thing. I needed to transfer it from point A to point B. That's it. But it was too heavy. I just kept dragging the body. I kept dragging the body, but the burden was too much to bear. I was tired and hurt, and I couldn't do it anymore. I looked at the body, and I really, really wanted to say something, but I choked on my words. I curled up into a ball with my arms around my head. I couldn't. I can't, I said. And that was the only thing I could say, louder and louder until it became a shriek. I can't, I can't, I can't, I can't! I would shout if I actually could. Colonel sighed and kneeled beside me. You're a werewolf. Gaia soldier. Like Gaia Online? There's nothing you can't do. Get up. You have a world to save, and you have a legacy to fulfill and a debt to pay. And you know what? He was right. So I regained my willpower. I took a deep breath. He was right. I was here for a reason and I had other things to do. I changed. What does that mean? I changed. Oh. What? That's actually so dope. So there's like different stages of like evolution. It's strong enough to lift heavy things without breaking a sweat and immediate. Fuck yeah, chicken strips says panic in life. Yo, what the fuck is up? We're eating chicken strips tonight. We're celebrating. We became a werewolf. Lupus is the wolf form, a majestic animal with great advantages, looks great on camera. A monstrous wolf, smart, fast, heavy, and absolutely scary. War form, ruthless killing machine. There's nothing subtle about it. Alright. I want to try Galbaro. The pain was stronger than I had ever imagined. I felt my muscles spasm as they rearranged themselves. My jaw cracked and my mouth filled with blood. I clenched my fists and drove into my palms. I screamed. When I rose, panting and sweaty, knees weak, palms spaghetti, I was more than human. I was a Galbaro, a wolfish, strong, scary thing. Glabro. Yeah, I'm Glabro. Glabro. Lupus is also a rough autoimmune disorder. Yeah, lupus sucks, dude. And people with lupus aren't getting their medication because of all the hydroxychloroquine bullshit, too. All I know about lupus is that it is never lupus. Thanks, House. Yeah, he's like, it's never lupus. It's not lupus. It's some kind of crazy parasite. Your arm is getting progressively more sore. Perhaps you should stop using it. Or sitting on it, or doing the thing that is causing it to become sore. I'm not a doctor. It hurt. Find out my place among the Ngaro. Interesting. So I have a new goal. The change hurt more than I expected. The world shifted. Not much, but enough. I felt my teeth getting sharper and my muscles stronger. I picked up the body. It was a lot lighter. We went on. I am the beast. Oh, it's the vaccine shot. Well, that's actually pretty dope. You're actually going to be able to start doing shit soon, maybe. We went on, but we weren't alone. I realized there were two shapes in the bushes on either side of the road. I just realized what I told you to do. Hey, stop getting that vaccine shot. Hey, it's making you sore. Stop getting it, folks. That's the lesson for today. No, I'm kidding. You've noticed they're patrons. Yeah, we know each other, I said, remembering my dream. Sort of met the other night. Winter Weasel and Morning Wolf. Interesting, so I can have a relationship with them? The two animals stopped in front of me in the middle of the path. We came here to teach the cub, said the wolf. She smelled of ash and tears. Was I hallucinating? A couple of people have thanked me, and you don't know how to respond to those congrats. I just say, like, awesome for you. Congrats, enjoy. Just trying to make people safer, you know? Being able to do dancing again. Dude, I feel that. You're getting mine next week. That's so awesome. People that I know are actually starting to get the vaccine. That's huge. How was Drifters, huh? Just feel we're getting thanked a lot. You're getting literally stabbing them. Yeah. Your fingers are crossed for April. Yeah, it's super cold today. It is so cold today. -4, baby. You missed the club. Dude, the club misses you. Was there really a club? Hey, it's just a goblin. What's up? What's up? How you doing today? Hope you're having a chill one. Let's go clubbing when it's all good again. I'd love that. Let's all go clubbing together. I don't think I've ever really been, like, officially clubbing. I've been like con clubbing, which is like not real clubbing. It's still gonna be summer until you can get mirrors. You love to dress skanky. Grind on your friends. Home G, same. Oh, it's a date. Hell yeah. You two enjoy yourselves. My town has a craps club duet. Yeah, town has craps club. Crap clubs. Craps clubs. Clubs where you do craps. Come up to Denver, babes. Yeah, Denver seems like it's got a lot of fun shit going. But still probably gonna wait for those vaccines. As soon as I can get those pricked into my arm. It's not fun for me, even the grocery store's too overstimulating. I feel that. It's like I don't know. I don't know how I would enjoy it, so I feel like I'd have to just like give into it. But I don't know that I would. There's a club that gives different music on different floors. It's the 3 floors. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. In Denver? I felt as if my brain was short-circuiting. Was it really a weasel? When I turned my eyes away from the weasel, it flickered as if it was just a projection on a broken screen. One moment, an animal. A moment later, just an idea. When it talked, the air smelled of electric discharge, and I felt like the words displayed directly into my mind. They wouldn't leave me alone. Are you talking about tracks? No, vinyl. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Not gonna go out until things get better. Grocery stores, get my claustrophobia going. There's also a club that used to be in a church somewhere. That sounds fun. Actually, I think I heard before the pandemic started. I remember a couple of concerts that happened there, and some friends that went to that venue. It's a really cool venue. Is it bad though? Catman Sam says that it's bad. Pedo X goes there. Well, there you go. Trax is on my bucket list, but you hear vinyl is good too. Club that was a church you've only been to. Charlie's Gay Bar near Good Times Burger. Yeah, fuck the church. Anyway, I can feel the small claws on my leg, and then on my back, and then on my arm. It smelled of musk and electricity, and then it bit my ear. I ignored it. It's chilling. I don't really care. Why would it do that? Ow, I shouted. Why would you do that? To see how you would react, obviously. The weasel's electronic voice echoed in my head. Enough, the wolf growled. Or at least that's what my brain decided to hear. I felt the weasel draw its breath. In the beginning, there was Gaia, aka Mother Earth, and she gave birth to a mighty breed of warriors. The weasel began. Okay. It sounded electronical, like a teenager reading from a Wikipedia article over a voice chat. There were the Garo, that's werewolves and werewolfish, and their sole purpose was to protect Gaia. They failed, wailed the wolf. I looked at the wolf. There was danger everywhere, shrugged the wolf when I looked to her for advice. When time began, Gaia released the 3 primal forces upon the earth. The Weaver, Weald, and Worm, the weasel continued. The Weald was the untamed force of life and creation. The cold, ruthless Weaver gave structures to the world, and the Worm discovered what needed to be destroyed, creating balance. So, were we creatures of... Huh. Were we creatures of the worm? Cautious? Destroying the imbalance? Oh, he's cautious of me. I didn't mean for that. There were Gaia's children, the wolf snarled, born to herd and contain humans. Oh. Okay. That's what went wrong. I can see that something went wrong, I smiled wryly. The weaver grew too ambitious and tapped the worm within its lifeless web. The weasel answered. Confined and denied, the worm went slowly insane. The wolf wailed. You want to bar hop on Broadway? Yeah, I hear that, like, that's Broadway in Denver, right? I don't know much about Denver Broadway. You cannot reason with the worm, she snarled. You can only fight it. Then it turned and led the way. Took us to the barrows. Vinyl is on Broadway. Oh, okay. It didn't look much different from the other parts of the forest until you noticed the mounds, that is. There's something about the flattened hill that drew my full attention. It must have been bigger in the past. There's a cool place called the Punch Bowl. Hell yeah. I can imagine them vividly where they were built. The tall, proud barrows, the dead decomposing underground returning to the earth, feeding them new life. The trees around us were the fingers of the dead protruding from the ground, and then it happened. It was a feeling anchored in my chest, akin to the taste of ash in my mouth and the smell of smoke, longing, sadness, resignation. But there was more. Directly across from Torchy's Tacos. Hell yeah, that sounds good. Real cool thrift shops and bars. They also have a conveyor belt and a sushi bar. Ooh, that would be good. Chiba bar. Tom Cruise control. Everybody's coming in and saying hi. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody. That's awesome. How y'all doing? I have not been to Chiba Bar in the Springs. That sounds interesting, though. I'm surprised that I haven't heard of it. I'm gonna Google it real quick. It's in the Springs. Chiba Bar. I've been to like the White Rabbit. There's a kind of an uppity downtown Colorado Springs bar. It's delicious. Hell yeah. Yeah, and conveyor belt sushi. Have you seen conveyor belt sushi? Do you know how that works? How like each plate essentially is like a dollar value, and so they basically just like grab as much sushi as you want, and then at the very end they tabulate your bill based on the plates that you have remaining, because they're all like colored plates and stuff. Oh my god, yeah, you already know. Yeah, but oh my god, I want to do it so bad. I want to do it so badly, dude. It sounds like so much fun. You love Japanese whiskey. I just had some sake yesterday. Some warm sake. That was nice. You're good, buddy. You got a haircut. You also had a Valentine's date with your mom. Hey! Yo, you got a date. That's awesome. Chiba Bar is like a divine anime bar with good cocktails, delicious Asian food. The cooks and waiters are also super cool people. Oh, hell yeah. Well, I'm definitely gonna have to try that out then. You like your all-you-can-eat sushi place? Yeah, I've been there before. What is it? Rakyo Sushi? No, they're pretty good. Conveyor belt is all you can eat, and they give Wagyu beef. Oh, let's all make like a man. Oh man, yeah. Sushi Rakyo is pretty good too. It's not like unlimited, but I really like the sushi in Kura. I think that's just they do good work there, even though it's like kind of hard to make really good quality sushi in Colorado because of how it sort of works here, with it being so far away from the ocean. You're gonna take your Tinder date there until you found out he was biphobic. RIP. Kura is top tier. It's very nice. Some of the best sushi I've had in the Springs. I don't know how they make it taste so fresh. Mobo Sushi was by Guff's place. Interesting. God, now I'm getting so fucking hungry. We're just sitting here just like talking about food, like fuck. We gotta get sushi. That's what you gotta do whenever the pandemic is over. We gotta all get fucking sushi together. All you can eat sushi together, all of us. That sounds amazing. I would die for that. Saw a fire burning in the darkness. Colonel near towards one of the mounds. Put his hands on it. Whispered the words. Open the ground. Open the mouth. Okay, let's do this. Put the body in the hole. Okay, let's bury my mistake. He took the severed head and the body I'd wrapped in the sheets and put them in the hole. It closed slowly and I could swear I heard the trees nearby sigh in anticipation. Wolf howled and I could feel the hair on my hands rise. Welcome to your new life. The talking white weasel grinned. I have something else to show you. So I ran with them. I had questions. But I'll walk. Why not? Chiba Bar has an eel bowl that is to die for. An eel bowl? I like. Is that unagi? Unagi eel? I love eel. You always panic for that. You never go out to bars with people. It's a drag going alone. Yeah. You'll take Chiba Bar and cocktails over all you can eat. Hell yeah. Okay. The magic word eel. Dude, eel is like supreme sushi. It's the best sushi. I don't know. I love the texture. and the flavor with like the special eel sauce. Time for Daddy to head to bed. Dude, thank you so much, Conway. Hope you have a good night. Cheers. Hope the soreness goes away for you soon, too. You like whiskey? They have a wide range of Japanese whiskeys. Night-night, Daddy. Everyone say good night, Daddy. Okay. You're a cub, so you have special privileges, said the weasel. They'll grant you a vision. You must see to understand, said the wolf. Think carefully before you choose what to see. So the future, your destiny. The present, the forest. Or the past, your family. I think that I would want to see the past, because that's sort of my whole character arc right now, is trying to find out more about my family and why I'm here. So I'm gonna go there. Conway, gifting a sub to Elker. Letting him sub for 3 months in a row. God damn, dude. Thank you so much for gifting that sub. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. You're giving 7 gift subs to the channel. I should actually put like a total, like a high score or something, because you'd definitely be on there. Thank you so much. Being horny is suffering, but it's nice when people buy you alcohol. Dude. Yeah. I've always want to try Hibiki whiskey. Ooh. And the Tory whiskey you had with your Tinder date from hell. Well, at least the whiskey was good. Get out of here, Fubar, with that fucking nudie prank. Tinder date. Being horny. She's catching up with the chat. Extremely obsessed with me and her friends with gross races. Oh, jeez. Big oof. Imagine meeting people on Tinder. That's true. I've never actually met somebody from Tinder in person. I have, like, messaged people, though. I found, like, a YouTuber that I know on Tinder, and that was a weird moment, because I knew that they were, like, stationed in Colorado, but I never expected to see them on Tinder. I messaged them, and I was like, you're on YouTube! And they were like, geez, I just put this online, like, tonight. I did not expect people to find me already. We had a fun conversation, though. That's the most that I've ever gotten out of Tinder, is just some fun conversations. I got tired of it. You need to figure out if you can embed images. Mingling is hard when you're in pandemic. You're gonna try really putting yourself out there. Yeah, that'd be good. It's hard. You met Tyler in Tinder, but we all know how that went. You do you, queen. Since the change, I became acutely aware of how my body worked. I ran, then I was there. Don't you dare, Fubar! Gonna keep living in solitude. It's a nice life. Honestly, like, there was a poll that I saw recently posted on Twitter that was like, after the pandemic, are you going to be more social or less social once the vaccines and restrictions are lifted? And I saw that, like, the majority of people, more people were saying that they were going to be more isolated and more, like, introverted because of what happened, and, like, the fact that they are, like, kind of validated in their ways a little bit, I suppose. It wasn't, like, that much of a difference, but I just thought that was interesting because I would have expected it to be the other way around. IRC mean in real chat? Internet relay chat? That's way. Dick down the DMs, gents. Dude. Remote work forever. Yeah, OnlyFans counts as remote work, right? Gotta get them good dick DMs that get you the good prices online. Twitch chat is using an IRC client. Internet relay chat. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, a skull watched me, so I touched it. Obviously. Oh my god! Look at this. This looks like something out of like a fucking stupid romance novel with like, he was hot like a wolf, but he had strong muscles, then held me. There's a swirl. It starts deep within me and then it expands. Everything is in motion. There's no center anymore. I see a bird. There's a bird flying higher and higher until it sees groups of houses flying above a clearing. There's a wolf. Her howl is like a keen. The houses are mere huts. There is almost nothing that protects the people from the forest. Their clothes are rags. Their feet are bare. Their hair and long beards are unkempt. These are the wolf cubs. Or rather, there are the wolf cubs, and there is blood. Then the howling begins, the mournful, blood-curdling keen of a mother who has lost her children. Watch, the voice whispers in my head. Watch and remember, but I want to act. That's a dangerous thing that you're doing there, Grand Fubar. You might be invoking a terrible, terrible evil upon this world. But by invoking those words and letters in the same phrasing. The forest listens to me. The forest wakes up and erupts with rage. A powerful furred bodies surge through the trees toward the village. The humans try to escape, scream and beg for mercy, and then try to protect themselves with fire. I take the fire from their hands. Did you see the game that you sent? The Gao rise up. Garou. Garou. Garou? I think Garou might actually be the correct pronunciation. The Garou rise up, their talons red with blood, their eyes glazed with fury, and their fire is yanked from the hands of villagers. I burn the houses. The houses start to burn. I make Wolf Mother happy. The keening turns into howls of joy. I am there from the very beginning. So my family burned villages for the spirit for ages. Interesting. My eyes, my face, they are my family. I am the blood of their blood. I am part of the story from the very beginning. And so I do it again. And then it happens again. The humans return. They rebuild the village. This time stronger and better protected. The keening begins once more. Then we follow Garou. Then we follow the Garou come down on the, like wolves on the fold. Blech. The game that you sent? Oh, did you send him a free game? What was it? Or not a free game, but a gifted game. Garou is right. The werewolves are stupid, though. Vampires are the best. So are we going to have like a Twilight debate in the middle of our chat? Actually, you know what? Hold on. I want a poll. Create a new poll. Which is cooler? Vampires? Werewolves? All right. Go 10 minutes. All right. I've started a poll. Which do you believe is better? Vampire or werewolf? Only democracy can decide. We're talking about Twilight, then you have the hots for Alice. You played World of Darkness in the day, and our chapter and the werewolf chapter from Woodland Park were always fighting over territory. Wait, really? That actually sounds kind of cool. So there was like an actual World of Darkness like lore going on in like the background of Colorado. I've seen the anime Hellsing. It's a good anime, Grand Fubar. I farted. I don't want to do this no more. The keening begins. My heart fills with grief and rage as villages burn. Until one day there is only one guru left in the family, and he slays his own kindred in the fit of his first rage. I know him. He is young, but I recognize him. An old man I know. He used to tell me stories about the forest before my mother took me away. I can't move. I stay there and watch, but I can't move. My throat burns. My stomach is in knots. I want to scream, but I have no mouth. Wow, that's so close to I have no mouth and I must scream. I feel the fire and I smell the blood. I smell ashes and tears. I mean, I could see you wanting to vote for vampires because of Hellsing. Hellsing is pretty fucking badass. But inside me I have two wolves, and one is for edgy vampires and the other is for furries. See, I think that the furries are cool, but I could be wrong. We had a LARP chapter in the national organization. My character had the distinction of being the only prince of the city to live longer than 3 months on the job. God damn! That's awesome! Holy shit! I love that there's like an actual like national charter organization for the World of Darkness. And you know, it almost makes me think that that might be the case for Vampire the Masquerade as well, which would add a whole new meaning to like the Masquerade or the Veil. It's sort of like this communal storytelling world. I kind of really dig that. Be my fangs and claws, there is no one else to be my cub. Come to me, my child, I will nurse you and I will lick your wounds. We will kill together and we will feast and we will be merry. To the forest we will grow. I looked at her. If you can't pick, I wonder if you can give to both. I looked at her, and perhaps for the first time I saw her for who she was. Her pelt was marred with fire. Her eyes were smoking embers. Ash filled from her heaving flanks. She looked old, ancient, some seething with anger. She was the wolf from my vision. Werewolves are cooler. Vampires are edgy but weak. I don't know. I've seen vampires depicted in ways that make them very powerful and very cool, but I've also seen them like in ways that are just kind of cringe. It's so much easier to kill a vampire than it is to kill a werewolf. You think? I guess that might be true. Vampires are scary as hell. We had a real bad reputation for a while. They even sent a chapter from Denver to keep an eye on us. What? How do you get a bad reputation? Is it just by like bad mouthing like other clans on like social media? I don't understand. That's wild. Are you secretly like you're talking about like an actual real life werewolf organization, but you're just trying not to be like too real about it? Hellsing did have really good vampires. We all want a Bone Alucard. That's just a given. But blood play. Guff. But don't you want to have pet play? I'm kidding. Jojo. And get bored and wish to die if you were immortal. Yeah. Immortality is only fun for so long. Werewolves too have immortality depending on the legends you go with. That's true. A lot of them do. And thank you for the lurk, Jake. I really appreciate it. That's when you start to get into the kinky shit. Okay. My grandfather from the darkness waiting for the village to burn, but she was more than that. She was more than one wolf. She was the forest. Wounded, hurt, violated, and mourning all of her children the humans had killed. At last, that's what I thought when I looked at her. The wolf mother looked back at me, and something in her eyes made me realize that she was helping my family for generations, and that my family used to serve her. Join me, she pleaded. Only you can understand me. Only you. But I turned and ran. I took a step, and then another, and then I turned and ran. A bird cried in the distance, indignant. The morning wolf is unfriendly towards me now, huh? He doesn't like me. He'd rather be immortal than just dead. The world will change to fit at some point. Might as well be boring. It might be boring in phases, but at least you're not worm food. My like fear if I was immortal would be the heat death of the universe and having to experience sentience after the potential for any kind of like existence or being, but that would take so fucking long. I guess I don't want to live, so being worm food sounds fine. You know, if worms get to have a nice nice meal, then I guess that's good by me. Vampires get HIV if they don't drink blood, they get HIV positive. Being worm food is better than regretting you exist. Sentience, sentience, it's fun. Sentience is not at all pain. Triumphant and joyful. When I opened my eyes, I was in a clearing, and around me there were wolves. Huge monstrous wolves howling at the moon. Yeah, that's my life now. In a moment of bittersweet reflection, I understood that my old life was over. Maria the student was part of the past. My present, my future was now forever linked to whatever happened in the forest. Well, hello there, Colonel smiled at me, and welcome to the Sept. Sept, whatever they meant. Okay, just so you know, I said slowly, I have no idea what a sept is. For a werewolf, the pack is a family, Colonel explained this. And an alliance of packs is united in a common goal. They are known as a sept. So when two packs are there... oh yeah, it's called the Camarilla, and I think that they're still around and active, actually worldwide, not just national. You have a habit of our princess getting killed in the regular as well as the turf war with the werewolves, and repeated violations of the masquerade. Since it is sanctioned play, our exploits were considered canon? Oh wow. When you wreak havoc on a weekly basis, the powers that be start to notice. Dude, the World of Darkness is cool. So how did you like upload these sessions to, like, so that other people knew about what happened and what transpired in them? That seems very fascinating to me. And it makes me really want to get into the tabletop versions of these games, even though I've never actually tried at all. It sounds like a lot of fun. This is serious because you work with blood for a living. There's a lot of risk to just touching it, right? What about vampires? I mean, that's true. I think that vampires would probably have a really hard time if they were around during the AIDS crisis and stuff like that. Honestly, that'd be a really interesting story. I'd really like to tackle that. That would, I don't know. That would just be like an interesting fictional story. Depends on the kind of vampire. Yeah. There must be at least 2 packs there. So I looked at Kim. Oh, Kim is here. An old grizzled wolf changed into Kim, and Colonel and Pat joined them moments later. We are the Winter Weasel Pack, said Kim. A white shadow settled on Pat's shoulder. I smelled musk and electricity. I looked at Olga. 3 of the monstrous wolves changed. Olga and Lisa stood up, a human looking again. Their clothes rumpled. A yellow-eyed wolf by their side turned out to be Daniel. We are only the pack of the morning wolf mother, said Olga. They smelled of ash and tears, and for a moment I saw the wolf spirit among them. We are all Gaia's soldiers, said Colonel. In that we have no choice, but we can choose whom we fight alongside. Who's winning the war? Also, officially, werewolves are cooler with 64% of the vote. We have Pirate Queen Jojo contributing 10 bits and Catman Sam contributing 1,000 channel points. I don't know if that was the only contributions that we got, period, but that's all that it says for me. Congrats, everyone. 64% to 63%. We've officially decided werewolves are cooler. According to the World of Darkness lore, they are canonically considered dead and are not able to contract living diseases, but they can become carriers of it. Interesting. So, I mean, I did basically just die at this moment when I, like, became a werewolf, so that would make a lot of sense. Especially for, like, I don't know if it's the same for werewolves, but certainly for vampires, they're all considered to be dead. At least from what I understand of Vampire the Masquerade. For the Sanction LARP, we had a chapter structure, so there was a bureaucracy involved. We had to submit reports after every game that covered whatever happened during the game and how it connected with the worldwide storyline and other local story arcs. That is so cool! What the hell? That's so neat! Oh my god! I love that. I don't know why bureaucracy gets me so excited, but like having to like submit reports after every game in order to be like, all right, so here's how this and this and this is connecting to like the larger world and how other people can sort of react to it, because that makes building your own stories in that world, I feel like, even more interesting when you have dynamic changing elements kind of happening everywhere. That's so cool. You'd love to do a World of Darkness campaign at some point. It seems super cool. You've been digging a ton into it because of these games. Yeah, I definitely would love that, dude. I've been enjoying these games a lot, so I would love to go deeper into these universes. At the moment, the worm, Colonel said. Interesting, that's the one that I said earlier. Evil, entropy, and decay. Oops, that's why he got mad at me when I said that earlier. The word reeked of decay and burning oil. Mother Earth is sick, dying, and we are doing our best to protect her. Did I have to join a pack? No, Garo can survive. Guru, sorry, can survive on their own. Colonel said with sympathy, your old human life is over, but we would never abandon you. Interesting. Yeah, World of Darkness would be a lot of fun. You have so many questions, you shook my head. I would love to become a part of the larger World of Darkness universe. That sounds cool. What about the moon? Was every sept that diverse? Yeah, from all over Europe. Is this like a standard for a sept? I looked at Colonel. I didn't even know if that was a stupid question or a smart one. I looked at Colonel. Is far from the standard from desperate times to make strange bedfellows, he smiled sadly. Normally, a sept is dominated by one tribe, maybe two. There are at least a dozen tribes, Daniel interrupted, and I hope, Maya, that you will choose yours wisely. What about the moon? Why did I hear the moon whispering to me, I asked. Luna gave us rage. That's why she's important, Olga said. And that's why you'll never be able to touch silver again. So I have a weakness to silver, huh? How do the sprites work? You still have all your World of Darkness books. There's so much there. Many of the extended bloodlines are really cool. Bali, Cappadocians, etc. Lots of other shapeshifters too. Were-coyotes, ravens, sharks. Yeah, see, what I love about it is that, like, it proposes a roleplay world that could exist within our own world, like, conceivably, and also, like, gives you such interesting philosophical ideas to sort of, like, tackle and grapple with, like, the different bloodlines and how they sort of view the vampire society and their role in the world and what they should do. I don't know, there's something very compelling about that. won't cast a shadow, and we called for the Umbra, said Lisa. In the shadow, the other living creature, emotion and idea, da da da. Okay, I summed it up. Whatever. So if I got this all right, I've been conscripted into an ancient war against the worm. I slowly am trying to put it all together. And the worm gave me rage as a weapon, but I must avoid silver. Okay, I took a breath. So I have like a silver allergy. There's a whole secret world of spirits, I continued, and I have to join a pack and choose a tribe. Exactly, Lisa nodded. As for the tribe, there are 2 people who could mentor you now. Olga is from the Black Furies, an ancient tribe of women warriors. And Colonel is from the Children of Gaia. He's more of a peace and harmony kind of guy. What was my family's tribe? I asked. What about my family's tribe? Lisa winced. Daniel sighed. Olga shook her head. What was the matter? I asked again. Your ancestors were the get out of Fenry and have no one and no one here wanted to have anything to do with that tribe. The get of Fenry. Sorry, not get out of Fenry, get of Fenry. It's a different meaning of the word of get than I was expecting. They stand against everything we believe in. Were we really that bad? They surely aren't that bad, I asked. Are they? Get of Fenry are the most radical guru supremacists that ever marred the face of the earth, Kim scoffed. Like legit fascist werewolves. Wow, some of them literally worked for Hitler. God damn. I mean, that explains a lot. I just had the right to know my family, that's all. For a moment, we were all silent. And I needed to know more about the tribes. I wanted to find an option that would really resonate with who I was. Kim is sympathetic. That was one of my favorite things about it, was that the separate systems, vampire, shapeshifter, ghost hunters, mages, all existed in one universe. And you could mix and match all the other groups and play with or against each other. That, yeah, that's a very appealing thing. And that, like, you can have your journeys inside the world of, like, the apocalypse and the werewolf stuff, but then you can have vampires versus werewolves or like some other crazy shit. I don't know like what the other things are really besides like vampires and werewolves in the world of darkness, but I know that there's like zombies and like something else, ghosts, I'm guessing. You said like mages and shapeshifters. Like, oh my gosh. I don't know. Each different system that you can mix and match them and that they're built for that. I love that. Kim told me a lot about bone gnars, urban werewolves fighting for the disadvantaged and the marginalized, children of the rat. Interesting. I could ask Kim about their story. I'm gonna do it. There's always a prejudice, said Kim when I asked for their story. That's not what I asked. I asked about how you became a werewolf, I clarified. Patience, darling. Kim waved their finger at me. I've seen it all, you know. I was born on the day when the Berlin Wall was constructed, and half of my family was cut out. They looked somber. I ran away from home when I was 13 and hung out with some of the really weird crowd at the zoo station. Why did they run? Oh, Fae, under the changeling system. Ooh, that's cool. They were animals and we lived like animals, but I liked it, Kim shrugged. You see, I always knew I was a werewolf. My family was full of them. I went through everything you could imagine. Punk rock, Berlin squats, drug dealing, gay clubs, you name it, I was there. I nodded. Kim continued her story. And there was always some sad prejudiced pricks. Prejudice, that's the worst shit. All the little constructs in the brain that poison everything they do. Did they really have a rat as the patron? Sure we do, Kim answered. It's a very good patron, resilient. You want to be like a rat, always managing, afloat. They kept talking. That's why the Bone Gnawers protect every single of Gaia's child, no matter how small, because we were all valid. They sighed heavily. Now, tell it to the other Guru, and they'll look down on you, because you're a Bone Gnawer, and they think that they are superior. Prejudice everywhere. I kind of like the Bone Gnawers. I talked with Daniel. I asked Daniel if I could join his tribe, but he didn't understand the question. I'm a Red Talon, he said, as if they explained everything. What are the Red Talons? It is the T tribe of the Guru who are born as wolves, Daniel explained. We usually don't mix with others, and we kill humans. But since I'm the only one who decided that it was better to join the rest. But since I'm the only one here, I decided that it was better to join the rest. Interesting. Why? He looked at me as if I were stupid. What are you, stupid? He asked a second later. There's always strength in numbers. I protect my folk when there are werewolves around. Your folk? Wolves. Okay. I think I get what your deal is. How about Lisa? I asked Lisa about her tribe, but she inherited her Sibarak from her Buriat grandfather. She didn't know the proper legends, customs, and culture to join. Is that a Russian word? So I asked, not sure how to approach the topic. Sibarak? I mean, you're from Siberia, I hesitated, and Lisa smirked. But the tribe name, it reminds me of something. Yes, Sibarak, she pronounced it differently, so it sounded like a Polish word. Must have heard it before. I guess it's Polish. In a different context. In Russian, it means someone from Siberia, but in Polish, it has its own very specific meaning, Lisa explained. It's a word for political prisoners exiled to Siberia, and there were tens of thousands of them. Oh, shit. Which meaning did she prefer? The Polish or the Russian, I asked. Lisa smiled. My tribe describes both of my legacies. My granny was a political exile, and my grandpa was a Siberian indigenous. I use it because it speaks the truth. So it's both. How did she become a werewolf? How did you become a werewolf? I asked Lisa. My grandpa saw that I had the soul of a wolf and started teaching me about the spirit world. She looked at me with her violent eyes. When the time was right, he guided me through the change. I didn't really remember my grandpa. He was telling me stories, I sighed, but I forgot most of them. I forgot how he looked. You remember them more than you realize, Lisa said. How else would you know of the high tongue? The language of the Guru. Huh. The body language and tone as much as actual words. Pheromones, growls, and whines. That was a good question. How did she come to Poland? So how did you get here, I asked. Well, my father was from the old tribe, from up north. Proper north, Siberian. Her voice was trembling, but we are spread around the world now, because the old Siberia is gone, melted, rotting. Well, I came here in search of a better life. Through the forest, illegal. I still wait for my papers to be sorted. Aren't you afraid that they'll catch you? You're not. I search for the words. Not exactly in hiding, I said finally. Nah, Lisa shrugged. You know, I do things here and there, help with the tourists, help with the forest, and my moonshine is the best in the province. Besides, I made a pact with the spirits and they watch over me, distract people when they get too noisy. That's all I wanted from her. Thanks, that's all I needed to know. Finally, let's talk with Pat. Pat was a glasswalker, and her tribe was finding its niche in the cutting-edge technological cityscapes among the strands of the Weaver's net. It sounded intriguing. Talked a while. So glasswalkers are an adaptable tribe of urban human lovers who worship the Weaver, or at least use its tools to fight the worm, hated by the other tribes for their willingness to abandon the old ways and embrace the tools of the enemy. That's cool. The Weaver, manifestation and symbol of the order of pattern. Okay. I kind of like Pat. She didn't look like a werewolf at all. What's she doing in the forest? What's she looking like that for? Oh, and take you for a werewolf, you know, I said to Pat. She snorted. Why? She was a tech nerd. Because, you know, no offense here, but you're a tech nerd. It took some time before she stopped laughing. Well, she said. She wiped the tears from her eyes. I am, and I didn't expect to turn into a werewolf either. I was a student, happy with my tablet and coding, and then boom, I was a guru. How did she meet the colonel? I was curious. That was in his first pack when we were both hanging out with the hacktivist crowd back then. When things went south and disappeared, I found him. How? I asked. Pat rolled her eyes. Girl, please. I'm a tech nerd, so I found him and talked him into coming back. What's she doing in the forest? So you're basically a city dweller, I observed? All glasswalkers are. It's their natural habitat. I feel quite out of place in the forest. Huh. That got my interest. Is it a tribe thing, I asked, interested? That's what it is, she noted. We use the Weaver to fight the worm, and the forest is not in the Weaver's domain. And I happen to be quite fond of humanity. They have great potential. Interesting. How did you manage to get a spirit patron anyway? How'd you get a winter weasel to be your patron? I was curious. I caught it, said Pat. Or rather, I made sure it would have more to eat with me than alone. That's how you catch weasels. Was it a forest spirit? But it was a forest spirit, isn't it? I think it's a weasel, so it gets accustomed to live where there's food, and right now it's the city. It hunts electricity and spirits these days, and feasts on them. I had to think it over. Finally, I stopped asking. I had to think over what I learned. There's a lot of werewolves there. One thing is bugging me, I said. Why are there so many of you here? Suddenly everyone in fucking Biowolviza is a werewolf? You know nothing, cub, Olga laughed bitterly. Mere centuries ago there were dozens of packs in these forests, but none of the old guard survived the 90s. Lisa shook her head. We had to start from scratch. It was the damn Clintons. Until you showed up, there was only 6 of us, and 3 of us not even local, Colonel pointed out. 2 packs, too small for their own good. Anyway, before you're admitted to a tribe, you need to now prove yourself. What now? Prove myself? I was shocked. Hadn't I proven myself enough already? You went through your first change, Pat said. She was leaning on a tree nearby. And you know everything you need to know at the moment. But you have to go through the rite of passage. Daniel rubbed against my leg, excited. A vision quest, Kim winked at me. And since we don't have time for tests, and you need to solve a real problem, Olga stepped in. Namely, want you to find out a way of ending this logging problem. So, how would you like to do it? Dale looked at me in anticipation, and I took my time. Analyzing the situation I'd found myself in, I'd changed. I could start to shift my shape at will, but my mind worked as good as ever, so I knew what to do. We have to find the local source of our problems. Or we need to understand the enemy. The local source of our problems. We need to find the source of the corruption, I decided. When we eradicate the cause, the symptoms will go away. Kim looks unconvinced. Never mind the loggers, Kim made a dismissive gesture with their hand. We have to inspire the protesters. Lisa rolled her eyes. You're all blind and ignore our most powerful ally, Lisa rolled her eyes. There are many ancient spirits in the... I still can't fucking pronounce this shit. I think it's like... Puzkaza? Puzkaza. I continued with my plan. There must be someone responsible for this shit in Biowalza. Is that what it is? Biowalviza. Goddamn. Biowalviza here at the local level. I continued. I want to have a talk with them. Colonel barred his teeth into a predatory smile. I know exactly who we should talk to. Daniel beamed, smoking like a true Philodox. You were born under a half moon, weren't you, Maya? Philodox, those born under the half moon embrace balance between wolf and human, fury and wisdom, and act as judges and law keepers. Huh. How did he know? I looked at him surprised. How? Mom always told me that when she gave birth to me, the half moon was shining through the window, reminding her that this too shall pass. I nodded. Half moon, whoa. Did all of this just get crossed out? What the hell? Half moon. You got the Philodox. Oh my gosh. Truth seekers, said Colonel, just like you and me. A worthy Philodox is honor personified, added Lisa. Your place in Werewolf Society will be determined by your renown. You earn glory by defeating the mighty enemies and succeeding at dangerous quests. You can earn honor by following your moral imperative by upholding the laws of the Guru. You can earn wisdom by acting efficiently and thinking well before you act. And your renown will change as you play, contributing to Maya's legend among the Guru. So wait, was that entire spot up until now, like, I don't have... Wow, that entire, like character fucking shit is, like, no longer useful to me now that I'm a fucking werewolf and shit. Now all I need to care about is my glory, honor, and wisdom, I guess. God damn. Alright, no pressure, no pressure. Man, how am I doing here? The morning wolf is unfriendly with me. Is there anyone else that doesn't like me? Bartek is dead. He doesn't like that. Family, it's complicated. People are, for the most part, loyal, sympathetic, friendly, or neutral to me, so I'm still doing good. Felt overwhelmed. Olga must have sensed my confusion. Come on, we have a lot to discuss. She patted my shoulder. We have to find your phone and wallet. So I followed her. I nodded and followed her. I had to tie up loose ends in my old life. I'm sitting on a bus. The sun streamed through the windows, making it hard to see. The narrow road cuts through a dense old forest, and my mind wanders. I don't remember doing something important, walking among the trees, looking for something, losing something I loved, gaining something I wanted. But then, I'm finally awake, fully awake, and the memories scatter away. We're almost there, says Anya. I did something. Some searching. She looks over at me from her phone, and this place is amazing. Sorry. And this place is amazing. The last primordial forest in Europe. Wait, this is the beginning again. I laugh. Anya, you're such... Whoa, what the fuck is that? You're such an adorable dork. I'm not able to finish. I start to cough. Oh, fuck me, dude. What the hell? I try to stop. My throat is sore and my legs hurt. My lungs hurt. I need to stop the bus. Anya, I need help. Anya, I turn to her. Bartek is dead. Should we help her, she asks, looking at something she is clinging to her chest. It is Bartek's severed head. Oh, fuck! Oh, no! Anya, I turned to her. Oh, no. I feel something ashen and dry in my mouth, and then it starts to move. Spiders? I spit out and see thousands of small spiders leaving my mouth! Ugh! Threads of silk cover me, the seat, and everything around us. Fuck it, I fight. I try to fight them, but they are too small and there are too many of them. For a few seconds, I am covered in cobwebs, unable to move. There's a hiss. I hear a hiss. Then slowly, a long, dark, thin shape comes out of Bartek's mouth. A black snake that reeks of rotten meat, acid, and oil. Don't fight, Maya. You're already mine, it says. Just like your grandpa. And then it kisses me. Oh, boy. Squicky. The plan. I woke up in my bed in the B&B and for a moment thought the whole werewolf business had been a dream. Then I heard a startled breath, look up and saw Anya looking at me with wide eyes. What happened? Where were you? She asked. Was Bartek with you? And what was with you sneaking through the window in the middle of the night naked? She raised her eyebrow. I did some crazy things back home, but I've never partied that hard. Yeah, I was startled by a stray dog on my way back home, panicked, shapeshifted, and ruined my clothes again. There's so much to talk about. I didn't know where to start. I was worried about her. Are you alright? I asked. I was worried about you. Yeah, said Anya, scratching her head. After we were separated in the forest, I got lost somehow and ended up here. Hadn't she seen us? Didn't you see anything? I hesitated. Unusual? I had to go the long way around to avoid the hunters, but apart from that, it was just the forest at night, she said. A bit scary, but nothing unusual. Pat was right. The human mind couldn't cope with seeing a Krynos, and when the delirium ended, the subconsciousness patched the hole in the memory with something rational. Interesting. So... Huh. Okay, so if they see us, then they actually like get like the parts of their brain patched because it's like that didn't exist, that didn't happen. How are you feeling? I'm all right. Sorry for disappearing suddenly, I said. But what else could I say? I told a version of the truth. I got lost in the forest. Technically, that part wasn't a lie. Then I stumbled on the activist, and I got kind of carried away. And what about Bartek? How should I handle the Bartek thing? I couldn't tell her that she was dead. That I'd killed him. That he was dead. I don't really know what Bartek is right now, I said, my voice trembling a bit. Anya looked at me like she had sensed something was wrong. I bit my lip not to cry. I'm sorry, I said, fighting back tears. How are you feeling? I'm worried, Anya said, sobbing. I really like him and he ghosted me. I comforted her. It'll be alright. I hugged her. Let's just wait and see what happens. Give it time. She nodded and tried to smile, and I felt part of me changing forever. I really did want to tell her everything. Packed my bag in silence. I felt a rift growing between me and Anya. I felt the sudden urge to tell her everything. But I couldn't, but I told her something. I told her something she could understand. I couldn't tell her the truth. I was a guru and I had a sacred duty to protect the veil hiding us from mortal eyes. But I could tell her something. I learned something important about myself, I said. and I have to follow it for a while. Sorry for the sudden change of plan. I sighed and continued packing. So, are you leaving? Asked Anya. What about your family history? I didn't know how to answer. I shrugged. Whatever the answer was, it was now Maya the werewolf's problem. Maya the student was dead. I'll be in touch, Anya hugged me. You'll figure it out. I sighed, took my bag, and left. Alright. How many chapters is this game, actually? I'm kind of curious. Hold on. Wonder how many chapters there are. Maybe Wikipedia will let me know. No. I'm just gonna have to play it and find out. I can't tell if I'm like halfway through the game and I just entered like the fucking basically like beginning of it, or like if I'm like towards the end. I don't know. It could be any one of those three possibilities. I dropped my bags in the camp and ran through the plan one more time. They expected me to act like a philodox, but we'd also discussed other plans, more sophisticated. So, place of power, theuge, spirits, rituals, galliards, stories, propaganda, philodox, justice, retribution. I don't know. So the philodox is like, should you do yoga? Yoga's good. Yoga is recommended. You know what? I'll tell you what. You should to encourage you to get set up for yoga. I'm going to be right back because I have to go to the bathroom. Totally. I mean, that's the real reason. But anyway, I have to go to the bathroom. Be right back. Get your yoga ready. I'll do like a 120-second. There we go. Maybe I'll start like a yoga day where I'll do Wii Fit yoga where everybody can join in on with me and we can all do yoga together. It'd be fun. Anyway, be right back. boy. I'm back. You don't even have the motivation to play games right now. Yoga is just stretching. Stretching is nice. Here. Hold on. What's a really easy yoga pose? Just look up a yoga pose. Alright. We're gonna do one together right now. Okay, so we're gonna start here. Gonna get the legs spread out, nice. Okay, we're gonna bring one leg towards the middle. Actually, both legs kind of right towards the center. You're going to bring one leg up like this. Then we're going to put our arms up like so. Ooh. And then ooh, lean to one side. Lean to the other side. No. And then back. And then bring it in. On the other side. Yes. And you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's the yoga pose. Corpse pose all day, every day. The best. That's the best. That's the best yoga pose there is. All right. Let's get back to it. Boom. Like how I can hear like dogs and stuff. So Philodox is what they want me to do. I'm kind of curious about like the Galliard stories and propaganda thing, but Philodox. Yeah, fuck it. And if they want me to do it, I might as well. With Olga's Pack's loyal connections and Colonel's Pack's technological wizardry, he followed the money and found out who was paying the loggers and security guards behind the ideology and policies. It was all just business. We had to stop the money flowing. They were cutting down trees because someone was paying them to do it. We decided to stop the money flowing. Finally, we were ready. After a few days of stakeouts and preparations, we identified our target and we were ready to move. We started with the kidnapping. Okay. Ugh. Let him out in the middle of the forest. I took the lead. I yanked the bag off his face. Colonel lifted a flashlight and shined it in his eyes so he couldn't see us. The man reeked of fear and was something dark and oily. I got into my role. I squared my shoulders, cleared my throat to my voice. I didn't want him to recognize me, because the man behind the local logging industry was Bartek's father, and I'd killed his son. But that didn't matter. I think I'll go. That didn't matter. A personal connection didn't matter. That night wasn't a person, but a Philodox, Gaia's justice. The man whimpered and shielded my eyes. It was time to deliver my message. I explained how things were. Here's the deal. You stopped the logging. I explained as clearly as I could. And in return, you and your family can enjoy a safe future. One without strange accidents, fires, and misfortunes. He almost shit his pants. I could smell it. but he decided to play the tough guy. "Fuck off, you bitch," he yelled. "I'm gonna make your life a fucking misery. Just you wait. I know a chief of the police. I know MPs. You're not gonna get away with this. Who do you think you are?" "Oh, I'll show you who I am," I said quietly. I felt Colonel tense by my side, but he said nothing and just watched. Alright. This takes both rage and willpower? I took a deep breath. Focused. Then I changed. I was Krenos, the war form. Pain hits me like a wrecking ball. Every bone in my body breaks, moves, and resets. I roar in agony. Panting and growling, I rise. Rise. I'm an 8-foot-tall killing machine. I feel rage wash over me like a wave of heat. I expand in every direction. I yell at the top of my lungs. Colonel screams something, but I can't hear him over the blood thumping on my ears. Oh, am I actually going to hit him? I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to scare him. I am the rage of the forest. The man reeks the worm, and I hit him in the forest fury. Again and again. I stop. Until he stops? I'll stop. My honor went down. My body reset to the familiar shape. Bones broke and fused again. Muscles and sinews moved under my skin. I cried and thrashed. Then I was human again with keen eyes, nibble fingers, and a silver tongue. A wolf in sheep's clothing. "It's you," he looked in my eyes. "What have you done with Bartek?" He spat blood and stopped moving. And then, he was only a maimed, broken, bloody sack of bones. Without him, the local logging business would come grinding to a halt, for a while at least. I never looked back. That went quick. I left him in the middle of the forest and never looked back. God damn, that was brutal. Maybe I should have gone with one of the other ones. I couldn't wait for the step that morning. Pushing the local lobbyist was my rite of passage, and I knew that I did great. The plan was sound and perfectly executed, so we met soon after the sunrise. On the same clearing where I woke up for the first time as a free Garou, Lisa looked at us all and smiled. Our patrons were looking at us expectantly, so she stepped toward the center of the clearing. "I am the Theuge of this sept, and I'm here to make sure we do things the right way." I held my breath. She turned to me, and I held my breath. "Maya, come forth. Are you a cub who seeks recognition as an adult?" I answered. "I am," I answered solemnly. "Are you an applicant to a tribe?" Lisa asked again. I confirmed. "Who speaks for the cub?" Lisa looked at her sept mates. "I do." Colonel stepped forward. "I'm blind prophet of the children of Gaia, Philodox of the Winter Weasel Pack. I observed the cub on a mission, and I'm here to tell the story." Blind prophet, really? Cool. Secret names. Wonder if they all had cool secret names. They probably had. I love the ancient spiritual vibe. Had the cub passed her as a challenge? Has the cub passed her challenge? I held my breath. Colonel is neutral? Oh. Colonel doesn't like me as much anymore. The challenge was hard and she overcame it. Lisa turned to me. "Have you chosen your name?" Lisa turned to me. "My new secret name." Suddenly, I remember my grandfather talking about his old friends. He never used their real names. They were always Thunder or Gray or Needle. I always thought it was the gorilla thing, some like war names. Now I wasn't so sure. How'd I capture my whole life, my aspirations, my personality, and my heritage in one name? I cleared my throat. Scala, Polish for rock. Pine, a tree in the forest. Cassandra, a misunderstood seer. Mist. Like, just... I'm rock. I am rock woman. I like a Cassandra, the misunderstood seer. Maya Cassandra Borodich. Thinking of all my preconditions that I hadn't even believed. As for the tribe, choosing the tribe was another matter. For me, it's either Bonar or Child of Gaia. I kind of prefer the Bonar, but the Glasswalker, they were like the technological ones, right? I kind of liked that. They were all kind of good. I don't know. Except for the Black Fury. I don't think that I want that one. So, I feel like Bonar... I'm gonna look up Bonar again. So they're like the scavengers and survivors. They're seen by the other tribes as mongrels who sift through waste. Underdogs waiting to triumph. Versus the Glasswalker. Because they were like the technological ones. Yeah. Technological, human religion, ebb and flow of the city. The Glasswalkers live and die in creative progress. They fear the apocalypse. They believe that each passing day makes them stronger. They're the quintessential Ura. They don't have a strong aversion to human populations. I kind of want that one. That's the one that speaks the most to me, personally. So I'm gonna go with the Glasswalker. Urban jungle, baby. Find your place among more urban kind. I decided to become a Glasswalker. Pat agreed to mentor me. Only one thing remained to end the ceremony and make me a full-fledged guru. I had to join a pack. I will be the Winter Weasels. I joined Colonel's pack and chose the Winter Weasel as my patron, and so it was done. Now the Weasel is sympathetic toward me. According to ancient rites, Lisa painted the mystical glyph of the tribe on my sternum. I disappeared after a moment, but whether I closed my eyes, I could feel its warm touch between my breasts. Cassandra of the Glasswalkers, Philodox of the Winter Weasel Pack, welcome to our sept, she said solemnly. And then she howled. Howls rose through the sky. They rang about the ancient laws of war, status, and secrecy. I remembered only a few. Combat the worm wherever it dwells, wherever it breathes. Submit to those of higher station. Respect those beneath you. The veil shall not be lifted. I joined the song. Woo, baby. I'm a Cliath in rank. Now I have a new goal, make my own legend. I threw back my head and howled. I was a cub no more. I was ready to tell my own stories, to earn my own place in the pack, to howl my own songs. Dip. The storm. You know what? Curious. How many people chose what I chose? Philodox, Gaia's Judge, Crescent Moon. So yeah, you could totally get like different moons based on like how you chose to do this. You followed your dreams. Interesting. Oh, that would have been at the very beginning if I chose to go toward the area that my dreams told me to go to. You're accepted by... Huh. You're a good friend. You voted for the more aggressive plan. You judged someone and found them guilty. You found your place among a more urban kind. You appeared on TV. And I killed Bartek. Not many people killed Bartek, eh? Huh. That's actually really interesting. That's actually my lowest achievement. I didn't expect that. I thought that killing Bartek was like a required part of the game. but I definitely didn't need to kill Bartek, apparently. I wonder what Protester is, if I successfully get rid of the thing. You face your family legacy. Huh, I guess let's just keep going. I seem to be going down a very specific path here. One of those blistering summer days when the asphalt melts, the grass withers, and the air smothers those brave enough to step outside. Despite the heat, it felt like the whole village was a funeral. And I was there as well. Surrounded by the grieving crowd, looking at the rosaries they clutched in their fist, it was surreal. For a brief moment, I thought I saw Bartek's face among the crowd, but no. I buried him in the burrows myself, and nothing there even knew that he was dead. Nobody even knew he was dead, because it was a funeral for somebody else. Bartek was not the reason we were gathered. A local counselor had been found dead at the forest a few days after his son disappeared. There had been more deaths. They slipped under the radar. We'd been careful in covering our tracks, or nobody had connected the dots yet. Did they die because they deserve it, or because they happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time in the company of someone who couldn't hold her temper? Was that justice, or yet another sin demanding to be avenged? I could feel the tension seething around me. This death, this funeral had pushed the community, already weary and frightened by the recent disappearances in the forest, to the edge. The world was watching. The press is friendly. They swarmed the funeral like flies. They were reporting on how the illegal logging was a danger to both the ecosystem and human lives. The police were watching the crowd with disinterest as they leaned lazily against the trees. It had become political. Suddenly, oh jeez, gee whiz. Oh, dude, now they're gonna tell me how to fucking how to say pushka. So it's literally just pushka. Pushka Bajloviza. Pushka it's so much easier to pronounce than what I was saying. Pushka Bajloviza has become politically charged in the hottest place to be in Poland. And it wasn't the only local politicians and activists from both sides who caught wind of the commotion. The Minister of the Environment himself had driven to Bajloviza to attend the funeral. He was standing next to the priest conducting the ceremony, surrounded by police and what looked like a handful of bodyguards. The coffin went down and the crowd stirred. Everyone started lining up to see a handful of dust in the coffin or put flowers in the grave. Found myself face to face with Anya. I got swept by the crowd and found myself face to face with Anya. Everyone keeps pretending that he's just missing, but I feel... No, I know that Bartek is dead. She looked me in the eyes. You're such a cute guy, you know? I froze. It must be hard for you, too. She patted my arm. If you ever wanted to talk, you know where to find me. That's rough. That's fucking rough. I said nothing. I didn't know what to say. Anya shook her head. One more thing. I know you think you're helping, but have you ever asked anyone what they need? I looked over her shoulder at the crowd. It was clear that many people there felt that they were not helping. That we were not helping. On the contrary. And the minister knew how to use that sentiment. I listened in disbelief. I watched in disbelief as the priest handed him the mic. After 30 seconds, I understood very clearly whose side he was on. He repeated some platitudes, but it was clear he'd only come to show his face and tighten the leash on the local logging companies. The crowd listened, silent. It's our move. I realized the conflict was only going to escalate. What he didn't know is that the local loggers weren't being paid anymore and the locals were on our side. We were ready to defend ourselves. It was high noon. The sun was at its most merciless and the world was almost white with heat. The air smelled of herbs, bark, and tree sap. Insects buzzed lazily in the high grass, stunned by the summer sun. So we were ready for war. We were setting it for the protest. The day was shifting as we set up the protest. The whole clearing was decorated with banners and we all had our placards. The banner we'd hung on the National Park headquarters the week before was just a warm-up. Wood is the enemy of the forest was our main slogan, but there were many more. I wanted to protect against greed. I wrote something constructive. Make the whole Pushka a national park, demanded my sign. It was a viable solution. The whole Pushka would be protected and people could still earn money on tourists. There were still so many of us. People kept coming to the camp, asking questions, looking for ways to help. Students, activists, and Greenpeace with banners saying, "Stop logging and respect EU law." The Pushka was watching us. The Pushka was watching us. Every time a gust of wind was bringing the wet smell of the forest to my nostrils, I felt her strong, steadfast presence. She knew that we were doing everything in our power to save her. I thought about my family. For centuries, my family served the Pushka, burning villages and hunting people down who dared to hurt her. And now, I was the last guru of my lineage. What legacy did I want to leave behind? The pressure was almost palpable and tempers were flaring. The cops were gathering. The police are nervous, huddling in groups and shouting at each other and everyone who was in their way. They clearly did not want to be there. Something's up. They're sympathetic. Interesting. It was apparent that they were waiting for something. I looked at my pack. Should we run over the plan again? Colonel asked, looking at the pack. I'll keep jamming the communication, nodded Pat, and we'll coordinate with the protesters, added Colonel. I glanced at the other pack. The wolf mother and her cubs were in their positions, guarding the forest and the perimeter of the camp as agreed. That left the cops to me. It wasn't too late to negotiate. I think we should keep talking, I said. It's not too late for a peaceful solution. It's always worth trying, Colonel agreed. Then it reached a boiling point, where the minister arrived for a photo op. Uh-oh. We could use a photo op. I calmed down. Interesting. I knew he was in for a nasty surprise. The reporters closed in on him, shooting uncomfortable questions about the legality of the logging and forestry policy. In hindsight, you could argue that what happened next set a chain of events in motion that had life-changing consequences for many. Huh. But it didn't happen just like that? There's this notion that change is sudden. Movies and video games would have us believe that it takes one moment, one decision, one knock-on effect to turn the table. But the world doesn't work like that. It works like a forest, like the Pushka. Change is like growth. Change is slow, barely visible. A series of decisions, yet also coincidences of chances being taken and people doing what they can to survive. Change is like growth. And we have grown. The members of my sept have already moved to their positions, and I also have my part to play. It was our chance to start negotiations. Colonel grabbed me by the elbow. Let's go, he hissed into my ear. We might be able to talk to him. We pressed through the swarm of journalists. There was a lot of them. The heat and smell of their of their sweaty bodies were intense, and as we got closer to the minister, it became even more pronounced. There was an acrid tang hanging throughout the air like a mist. I caught his gaze. The minister looked at us, and Colonel opened his mouth. "Get them out of here," snarled the minister, and turned his back to us. I shook my head, and laughed bitterly. What was I expecting? That the worm feeder would want to listen to us? Colonel touched my shoulder. We'll find another way. I have one last card. Minister, do you know that all your local contractors deflected? I looked at the official in the eyes. It doesn't matter. Oh, I got a thing back. That's what I was wanting. It doesn't matter. He looked at me like I was a child. We could use foresters. We could use territorial defense force. We wouldn't have to. People have to eat. They'll come for us. They have no other choice. But he looked shaken. He didn't see that coming and for a moment looked shaken. Then he had to compose himself and looked at me with disgust. I kept talking. How much would it cost? I looked at the official in the eyes. Do you think that you will still be a minister when it ends? I could see that he was an apt politician and that he could smell a deal for himself in it all, but I don't really care, because I managed to get his attention. Ooh. Negotiator. Boom! When the talk started, we weren't alone. After we'd stopped the local lobbyists, we noticed locals coming to our camp to ask for questions. At first, we were wary of them, but soon we realized that they were genuinely interested in learning the new ways that we could coexist with their forest. So we started talking, and it became big. I don't know what tipped the scales in the end. The press, the international attention, the local interest coming together, our passion. The talks weren't easy. Dude, I got negotiator? How hard is that to get? Negotiator. I guess it's pretty common, but still, the talks weren't easy. Finally, an agreement was within our reach, but the talks weren't easy. The state forest, the woodworkers, the local population, the ecologists, scientists, activists, everyone wanted something. I was by no means an expert, but I wanted to play my part in the proceedings. I joined the negotiations. They could use someone unbiased with an analytical approach. The talks went on and on. Of course, I had my opinions. Everyone at the scene had their own opinion and their own point of view, and I had mine. Let's take the bark beetle. In the middle of it all was, of course, the spruce bark beetle. How could something so small cause such a gigantic uproar? The beetle has always been a part of the forest ecosystem, pointed out one of the ecologists. But the recent droughts have made the spruce much more susceptible than ever, the foresters countered. We have to cut down the trees to stop a total disaster. I saw one problem with this approach. I didn't trust the officials. I know the real reason is because they cut the wrong trees. Oops. I didn't trust a word that came out of the officials' mouths. The beetle was not a reason for the logging, it was an excuse. You fetishize the forest, scoffed one of the officials. People cultivated it for hundreds of years and cannot survive without our help. He's right. You want to take the forest from us. A group of officials attacked the activists. You're not from here, and you tell us how to live our lives. They unbalanced the ecosystem. The problem was that human intervention unbalanced the ecosystem, and if they pushed it any further, they'd lose all that made the pushka unique. Opinions clashed, tempers flared, but eventually new constructive ideas started to emerge. At least one of them caught my attention. I think that it should definitely be a national park. There is a recurring idea to make all of the forests in the area a part of the Białowieża National Park. The logging would be impossible, but there would be much more money from tourism. It was a long and hot day. I rubbed my eyes. I was so tired. I could barely keep them open. My head was spinning. But I had to keep going. I kept going with a little heat stroke. What was a little bit of heat stroke when so much was at stake? The talks continued. Of course, they had to make it dramatic. There were cameras, there were lights, the negotiations lasted all day long. We reached the first draft of an agreement literally at sunset. I had no doubt that they decided to stop logging because they realized there was something in it for them. I felt relief. But at the moment, I just looked at the sky and laughed. I felt overwhelming relief. And then my exhaustion caught up with me, and I found a quiet spot to sink to the ground and fall asleep. Quiet before the storm. This is the epilogue. Oh, this is the ending of the game. The next morning, cheering of the crowd woke me up. I didn't expect that I'd actually be able to beat this in one run. I guess there's a lot of different runs that you can do, which makes it very replayable, but oh my gosh, okay. It was a victory after all. The logging has stopped. Woo-hoo, baby! The Pushka was safe, at least for the time being. People were excited, antsy, full of emotions. If the loggers hadn't left, they probably would have charged at them. I was almost disappointed. Now there was no one to fight, so he partied to blow off some steam instead. Soon we were all dancing, talking, singing, in some cases, making out in the shadows. I had to stop someone from making a fire. I mean, for fuck's sake, we were in the middle of a forest during a drought. My friends didn't join in the festivities. They just sat on the logs looking at humans with weary eyes. I joined them. I found my pack. We sat in the shadows far from the humans. Look at them, sighed Colonel. Loud, messy, stupid. Tomorrow this place will look worse than if we'd let them do the logging. I'm just gonna smile. Look on the bright side. The trees are still standing, I smiled. And we'll pick up the trash tomorrow. I'm not here to pick up their trash, he growled. Well, nobody said it would only take one battle. Today we won. He smiled faintly. And maybe the humans won't ruin it that fast. I smiled. Time would tell who was right. We gathered in the clearing in which I'd first woken up as a guru. Lisa stood in the middle of the clearing, the wolf and the weasel by her side. Now, she said, looking at Colonel and Olga, you two, you need to solve this, today. Olga nodded. There was determination in her eyes. I didn't always agree with you, Colonel, she said, but we could use your skills right now. Whew. That night, we planned for the future. The night was long and full of hope. Olga tried to keep the sept together. She talked with Colonel and Kim and Pat for a very long time, trying to convince them to stay in Bielweiza. They weren't fond of the idea, but I managed to convince them. I went with them. Patron Weasel. That's an interesting question. Do I want to stick with everybody? The wolf and the weasel. I kind of want to go with them because of the patron weasel thing. It's a weird option. I went with them. They were my pack, my new family. So Olga is cautious, Lisa is neutral, and Daniel is cautious. And I got an achievement for that. What was the achievement there? Pilgrim. You're like a leaf in the wind. Was that a rare one? It was! That was the second most rare one in the whole game. Oh my god. But more happened that summer. Lisa and our patrons made sure that we did right by Garu law and the sept matters were resolved. It didn't cover everything that happened that summer though, so some consequences would have to unravel with time. Anya, for example, was alive. Despite everything that happened, Anya managed to get out of it all alive. Thank God for that. She was just an innocent bystander. She left a few days later. We would like each other's posts from time to time, and we would talk in the comments occasionally, but the messages became scarier and scarier, and one day I noticed she stopped following me on social media. But it was still ahead for me. For now, the first chapter of my new life was coming to an end. I'd come here to learn about my roots. Did I achieve my goal? I dug my hands deeper into my pockets. My family had fought the humans who invaded the forest for generations, and now I was there, making pacts of non-aggression with the Lockers. Was I a traitor, or was I the one who finally got it right? I think I got it right. Your story is almost over. It might be a good time to take a look at your character sheet. Interesting. So now I get to take a look at how good my character did. I'm mainly honorable, and I'm surprised at how little wisdom I have. I got a little bit of glory. I am a part of the Glass Walkers. I am a Cleth? I'm a judge. People were scared of my family. My grandfather was a forest soldier. I'm afraid that he did something terrible. I joined the protesters to live up to my legacy, and my family duty was to burn villages for the Pushka. I stopped the logging, and my goal was to earn glory, honor, and wisdom to make my own legend. Pursue to regain willpower. Interesting. So, Morning Wolf, unfriendly, sympathetic. Anya was neutral with me in the end. Bartek is dead. Daniel is cautious. Kim is sympathetic. Colonel is sympathetic. Lisa's neutral. Olga's cautious. Pat is sympathetic. Pushka is friendly. Police are sympathetic, and the press are friendly. I mean, the only people that I'm really upset. I mean, you know, it sucks for fucking Bartek, but everyone else there I managed to do pretty well with. Maybe not the Morning Wolf. Kind of sucks. But the Weasel is my patron. I don't need to chill with the wolf. The clearing was empty and full of sunlight. The harvesters were gone, leaving scars of the tracks behind. People were cleaning up the campsite, making plans to turn temporary protest sites into permanent tent town. Huh. I took a deep breath. The air was sweet and smelled of coming rain. The upturned soil smelled of turf and sweet aroma of decay. There would be a storm later that day. I could feel it, a faint, sharp layer of electricity surrounding the wetness. I smiled. I liked my new sense of smell. This is not the end, said the Weasel. I assume you know that. I sighed. Of course I knew that it was just a momentary break, a truce that both sides needed to regroup and reinforce. Yeah, I know, I sighed and looked around. I had something else in my mind. There was a squirrel somewhere. I could smell it. I wanted to chase it, to run, to feel the thrill of adrenaline rushing through my veins, but I couldn't spot it. It mocked me from the branches above, squeaking curses in its squirrel tongue. I couldn't see it, but I ran away. An old friend! Oh, it's the squirrel from the beginning! Huh. What is this? You were a good friend, the Pushka. The forest likes me. Okay. So I doubled down in pain. My arms and legs cracked and twisted. My skull fractured and reset itself in a different shape. Fragments of my bones crawling under my skin. My skin was rippling and sprouting fur. I howled in agony. When the pain subsided, I was Lupus. A wolf, seeing the world in smells and sounds, so I just ran for the thrill of it. So I became a wolf. The end. Puppy! Woohoo! I finished Heart of the Forest. Cubs, gather around the fire and listen to the story of Maya Borodich, known among the Garo as Cassandra of the Glasswalkers, Philodox of the Winter Weasel Pack. Her judgments were always honorable. Maya managed to negotiate a fragile peace and stop the harvesters, but would it hold? The first protests against the logging of Bielwiese forest took place in 2016. The game is loosely inspired by those events. Wow! All characters and events depicted in this game are entirely fictitious. So this is actually inspired about like an event that really took place. I'm gonna go look this up here. Bielwiese forest. Yeah, it is a national park. Bielwiese forest. What should I look up for here specifically? Logging. Life and death of an ancient Polish forest. Poland broke EU law by logging. Wow, logging in the name of forest protection. This is 100% real life issues. That is really fascinating. I didn't expect this game to be all about, like, logging and protection and UNESCO shit, but I kind of will dig it. Lyle Eliza, logging in the name of forest protection. Wow. So, the trees that are... Wow. That's so fascinating. I had a good time with this game. What time is it? It's like 12? I don't think I want to do it. Wow, Jesus, get out of there. Oh my god. Hey, alright, our pack. This has been designed to develop by Different Tales. Well, thanks everybody for joining if you're still here. Look at this crazy ass fucking photo here. I love that. Looks like a clip art? I don't know. It's not the right word. You take a bunch of different disparate images and you cut them all up and put them together to make a new image. It's cool. So there's all the people who worked in the game. Oh, I have to make it go forward. This is a good song. Thank you, Robert, for the good music. Oh yeah, there's plenty more. Okay. That's probably what we're listening to right now. Or one of these. This is cool. I love this music. Hell yeah. Alright, that's just World of Darkness Brain team. Paradox licensing, legal stuff. They used the Unity engine for this? Wow. There you go. Werewolf, the Heart of the Forest. So I could do a new game if I wanted to, but... I guess I am a little curious what like the very beginning of the game looks like when you do it differently. Great, I'm always angry. I'm okay with anger when it's useful. Your rage is balanced. You're the critical and analytical type. That's okay. It's the right path. We have a story to tell. Let's get to it. They're full of stars. They want me to chase them to play hide and seek. So I observe. They watch as I dance around the tree trunks. I wake up. Confused, I open my eyes. The forest around me is thick, dark, and reeks of decay. I recognize this forest. I have dreams about this forest. The tree trunks, wrapped in ivy, ripples of lichen. I'm cold. I look down and my hands are covered in dark substance. I'm naked, sticky, a glistening film of liquid. I'm alert. Nature is never quiet. The leaves rustle in the wind. Small creatures scuttle on the undergrowth. There's a whisper. I don't understand what it means, but the word resonates in my head. Garu. Who said that? There's a severed head right in front of me. It's gonna make me sick. Face is contorted with the eyes bulging, the mouth open. It's obscene. Who is it? Defiance? They tell me stories of their lost battles and dying hopes, and I say no. I tell them my stories of the enemy and how they are so stupid, so clueless, I should feel pity. Then I wake up. Interesting. So this is like literally just like you make your character here. Like this is like how you roll your character in this game, in this universe. I jerked. Movement was sudden. Was it in the forest? What happened? Glad I wasn't alone, I guess. Her name was Anya. She looked content. We were there to study medicine. The human body is just fascinating. Well, I don't know. I don't really need to keep playing this game. I was more just kind of curious how this game feels different on like a second playthrough. I might play this more on my own, but honestly, I feel like I kind of have a good idea of what this game has kind of got going for it. I should have been checking this menu more in order to figure out how much of the game that I had left. I honestly feel like a fool for not checking it enough. Oh well. Well, I feel like I'm kind of done for now. Folks, I really appreciate you joining. And it's gonna end a little early, I guess, because I didn't expect to be done with the game this early. But I'm kind of okay with that. I put like a good 5 hours into this stream or so, almost about that much. And I got to see one of the most rare achievements in the game, the Pilgrim achievement. So I'm cool with that. Let's go ahead and find somebody to raid, huh? See who I can give some love to. That Sonic Gamer is still going. Give him some love. Nemi is going. Shadow Forager is going with Halo 5 Guardians. Maybe I should give him some love, huh? He's foraging? I haven't given Shadow Forager some love in a while. It's gonna be kind of nice. As nice as it would be to give that Sonic Gamer some love, because I know that he's doing a nice long challenge thing today where he's trying to get a whole bunch of like chili dog level. I don't know, he's doing Sonic Unleashed, it seems hard. So let's go ahead and go. The Shadow Forager. Thank you so much, everybody. Gonna go ahead and get that raid ready. Get everybody going onto there. Got just about nice. Got all 10 viewers ready to go. Okay, thanks again, everybody. Hope you liked the game. It's a fun one. Very, very fun little kinetic visual novel. A lot of fun choices to be had. I went through like maybe 1/4 of the game, and so if you wanted to like keep going to find all the different endings, there's probably a lot more you can find. So if you liked it, probably maybe play it yourself sometime. But yeah, there's a lot of other fun achievements in here that I'm looking at. Child of Wrath, you faced your family's legacy. Mistress of Puppets, you tricked somebody into compromising themselves. Punk, you fought with the police. Ragbash, Gaia's trickster. Streamer, you showed the world the beauty of Pushka. That's cool. final girl. Some like horror movie trope. Huh. I'm really curious how the story could have gone. I feel like it could have gone in so many different directions. Alright, folks. Let's hit that raid button. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.